Good afternoon, Professor Gupta.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you. So today we got this very good opportunity to. We are looking forward to welcome Honorable Minister.
I think I attended the yesterday's session. It was very, very informative, very intriguing.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruwan.
Great lineup, sir. Great. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations to you too, Ashish. And very good
Thank you, sir.
afternoon to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
In fact, we all are team actually. So Vicky is already Vicky is part of the team. So our next session is very important for all of us. We are looking forward to next session also. That is on industrial industry and private sector.
गौरव जी
एक मिनट पाठक सर जी सर जी सर सर आपके दो ईमेल आईडी हैं सर जिन पे मेल किया था हाँ हाँ सर ये एक मिनट सर मैं चेक करता हूँ दूसरा आप कौन से ईमेल आईडी से ट्राई कर रहे हैं सर हाँ सर दूसरे से करते हैं एक बार और चेक करता हूँ मनीष
यस सर
वो थोड़ा पाठक सर का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था ज्वाइन करने का
हाँ
तो हमारी श्वेता भारद्वाज है ना वो कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही हैं आप थोड़ा देख लीजिए ठीक है उससे आईडी का कुछ इशू हो रहा है कौन सा दो ईमेल थे उनके शी इज ट्राइंग टू सॉर्ट आउट ना मैं आपको श्वेता भारद्वाज का नंबर आपको व्हाट्सएप कर दे रहा हूँ ठीक है तो आपको कोई दिक्कत होगा तो आप उनसे कोऑर्डिनेट कर लीजिए
ओके
मैं आपको अभी कर रहा हूँ और सर के साथ आप कोऑर्डिनेट
ठीक है आप मेरे को कर दीजिए मैं कर लेता हूँ कोऑर्डिनेट
हाँ गया आपको श्वेता भारद्वाज का नंबर आ गया शी इज द कॉन्टैक्ट पर्सन
ओके मैं कर रहा हूँ
श्वेता ने ही इनविटेशन भेजा था और उनका ईमेल आईडी कौन सा है उसकी बात करें जी सर हाँ सर मैं करवा देता हाँ मैं करवा देता हूँ सर अभी जी सर जी सर वो मैं करवा
So, Anil ji, am I audible?
yes yes welcome Professor Suresh
Thank you.
Sir, Professor Patak, I think, has joined.
नमस्कार प्रोफेसर गुप्ता
नमस्कार सर ग्रेट टू सी यू सर थैंक यू सर हाँ हाँ जी अच्छा प्रोफेसर विकेश शर्मा सर का वो वीडियो ऑफ है वीडियो भी ऑन करा दीजिए हाँ बजाई थी वो बिल्कुल
Professor Gupta, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor Sunil. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining.
अच्छा गुप्ता जी अभिनव जी चेक कर चुके हैं आके वो देख चुके हैं कि सब ठीक चल रहा है जी गुप्ता जी आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी देख लीजिए
हाँ वेलकम डॉक्टर नारायण अग्रवाल डॉक्टर नारायण good to see you next he is the speaker in next session and Professor Manju Mohan from IIT Delhi do we see her I think she must be joining and Professor Dikshit is from IIT Guwahati do we have Professor Dikshit join
Yeah. I have joined. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Dikshit.
Yes.
Welcome.
here.
Welcome to Delhi on this virtual link.
Yes.
And Vicky said Ruab is there and Sanjeev. है ना? Sanjeev is also there. Akansha, do we see you? Yes, Akansha, we can. Yeah, we got you.
Hello, yes,
Hi, Akansha, welcome.
thank you, sir.
Nirankan Saxena sir joined.
जी. And Professor Nirupma, also I saw Professor Nirupma here. Professor Niru Agrawal, I saw her. And Professor Rajiv Jain will be coming for the second session.
सर प्रोफेसर शर्मा जी भी ज्वाइन कर दीजिए नमस्कार सर
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir, and thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Dr. Nisha is also here. Welcome, Dr. Nisha, madam.
Dr. Anil, best of luck to you. Best wishes to your
Thank you, madam.
Anil ji,
We all are a team. Sir.
Anil ji, Dr. Harshvardhan.
Yeah. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Honorable Minister, sir. Now, should we initiate the proceeding? So let us let us all welcome our Honorable Minister.
शुरू करें सर?
सर को एक बार देख लें.
हाँ देख लें. I think sir बैठ गए हैं. Sir is there.
You can start. I am already waiting for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, thank you for joining, sir. Ashish ji, please start.
Sir. Okay. Very good afternoon and warm welcome to everybody. We begin our special session for the second day of our program with one very good quotation of Dr. Kalam. Kalam sir said that science is global. Einstein's theory of E is equal to mc square has to reach everywhere. And science is a beautiful gift and we should not distort it. Science does not differentiate between multiple races. We are into the second day of the international seminar on science and technology research policy practice interface for climate risk management. Yesterday, we had two special policy panel discussions on S&T policy in India, context of present and future, and also path-breaking research needs. The program has been attended by wonderful participation from dignitaries from the fields of science and technology, policy and planning, and project implementers globally. This is a true service for promotion of Honorable Prime Minister's Agenda 10 on disaster risk management, especially item 5, leveraging science and technology. To begin with today's special session, I invite Professor Anil Kumar Gupta ji, Head of Department ECDRM Division, National Institute of Disaster Management, and Project in charge of CAPRIS to brief about yesterday's proceedings and also today's planned sessions. Dr. Gupta.
And very good afternoon. And on behalf of the National Institute of Disaster Management and the partners that includes FICCI, IUCN SEM, and in collaboration with Department of Science and Technology and many other institutions, including GIZ Germany, I take this privilege of welcoming Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and who is also Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Harshvardhan, at this occasion. It is really a matter of great privilege and happiness for all of us that he has taken time from his very tight schedule to address all of us and to encourage us towards this journey of implementing Prime Minister's Agenda 10 on disaster risk management, of which the item 5 is on leveraging science and technology, of which he is, Dr. Harshvardhan is the leader actually at the national level, who is leading from the front all the NDBers of science and technology in the country. And currently he, as the chair of the WHO, he is giving his guidance not only within India, but it's a kind of a much broader platform. So it's really a matter of great honor. Sir, this 3 days conference, which because of this current situation, we have organized during the using the online platform. This conference is organized under the Department of Science and Technology supported program called Climate Adaptive Planning for Resilience and Sustainability, which is a part under the National Knowledge Mission on Climate Change under the National Action Plan on Climate Change that is dealt by the Department of Science and Technology under your able leadership. This program is this project is being implemented by NIDM. This is for 3 years. And previous year also we had organized a major conference at the Constitution Club of India in the month of September. Sir, yesterday the program began where the keynote address was given by the Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, with your blessings, and was addressed by Shri GVV Sharma, Member Secretary of National Disaster Management Authority, along with other dignitaries from GIZ Germany, India office, Dr. Kamal Kishore, and several other officials and executives from Department of Science and Technology and many other. We had 3 technical sessions yesterday. Those were discussing about the science and technology policy issues in India, that how we evolve the science and technology policies over time and how we to what direction we are heading for, and what are the kind of issues that we are going to use the science and technology for Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan that we have witnesses for, and also the 5 trillion economy by 2024 and then 10 trillion economy by 2029. So these are the issues were discussed in detail, that how we are heading forward. Then we also discussed about the we had a session on path breaking research, that what are the research needs to foster the requirements and innovations in science and technology domains. Then we also had the various other dimensions of the capacity building and other things being discussed in the previous session. So now we have other sessions like the disruptive technology, how the disruptive technologies are important. That is going to transform the entire world, transform the entire industry, and also the corporate world, and even the social life within our offices or within at home. So these are the kind of things we are going to discuss. Then we are also going to have specific presentations based on the outcomes and the deliverables under the project of integrating climate change adaptation with disaster risk management, and also with various aspects of developmental planning at the national, state, and local level, and also integrating the innovations at the local level and by the local institutions, including a network of various institutions. So these are the kind of things that we are going to we have discussed, and then today and tomorrow we are going to have specific sessions. The sessions are chaired by the luminaries of national and international importance, and all the speakers are of almost like national and international importance, well-known experts across all the sessions. So this technical deliberation is very rich, and we are envisaging for two key outcomes. One is a brief policy outcome, how we utilize the science and technology dimensions for climate risk management in the country. So it's some kind of a policy document under the leadership, under your able leadership. And then another will be a knowledge compendium contributed by all the experts who have joined this conference. So we come up with the existing database about this knowledge. So with this introduction about the conference and about the project, I take the opportunity again to welcome the Honorable Minister and all other dignitaries, Professor Deepak B. Pathak, Padma Shri, who is from IIT Mumbai, and also Professor V.K. Sharma, who is the Vice Chairman of Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, who is also having a status of Minister in the state. So over to Mr. Panda again. Thank you. Mr. Ashish Panda.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Professor Gupta, for briefing us about the proceedings of our program. Honorable Dr. Harshvardhan ji, who was present with us most of the time, most of the part of our inaugural session yesterday and had to leave for some urgency, is again with us, keeping his promise. We are honored with your benign presence, sir. I now request Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, Major General Shri Manoj Kumar Bindal ji, VSM, to kindly welcome our chief guest for today's special session, please. Bindal, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish Panda ji. First of all, heartiest welcome to Dr. Harshvardhan, Honorable Minister for Science and Technology and Health and Family Welfare. It is his presence in this particular conference shows the commitment of the government towards promoting the PM 10-point agenda for disaster risk reduction. I also welcome Dr. Deepak Pathak, who is Padma Shri Professor from IIT Bombay, Professor V.K. Sharma, Executive Vice Chairman from the Sikkim Disaster Management Authority, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, who's Advisor and Head of SLICE Program, for gracing this occasion and giving us the required guidance and support. I also welcome all the panelists for today and the eminent speakers who will be coming up later today in this particular webinar. The participants are always welcome because without them, no program can be conducted. We are aware that this is a very important topic on which this conference is going on, because COVID-19 pandemic has suddenly thrown us into an arena where technology has taken the main lead role rather than human action. In that case, we are now more and more depending upon technology. We are more and more depending upon the disruptive technology that is coming up, that there is a need that we need to reorient our disaster risk reduction processes towards climate risk management with the help of scientific technology and research and policy practice. So leveraging the technology to enhance the efficiency of disaster risk management efforts is very important to promote the mainstreaming of disaster risk assessments into land use policy development, their implementation, including urban planning, land degradation assessments, and informal and non-permanent housing, and the use of guidelines and follow-up tools informed by anticipated demographic and environmental changes. So this clearly spells out this need, that there is a need of a multiple science and technology disciplines to be on board in the framework of the disaster risk management. So in a disaster-prone country like India, it is important to ensure that people have rapid access to information, that will encourage preventive measures and enable quick response to protect lives and livelihoods. So the use of technology may ever emerge in future as a key to planning sustainable and disaster resilient infrastructure system. Technology thus plays a very crucial role, and coupled with satellite based geographical systems and other technological innovations can leverage the impact to a great extent. So this system and computer simulations which are providing for disaster mapping, vulnerability assessment, disaster response, ensure that effective actions are taken with the right forecasting, with the prompt warnings, and this can definitely avert large-scale damages and destructions, which we saw in Cyclone Fani, where it is a successful example of timely forecasting by Government of India, IMD, which saved millions of lives. And this model is now being studied by all experts all over the world as to how it can be replicated in the country. The internet-based tools are also gaining popularity in disaster risk management efforts. For example, our Arogya Setu app that has made so much, the maximum number of downloads of any app in the world is of Arogya Setu app. And it is being used in all walks of life. Even when you go to a marketplace, you go to any shop, he's checking your Arogya Setu to ensure that you are safe, and you can yourself check your surroundings with that app. So such a important and such a powerful tool has been developed post COVID-19. The National Action Plan on Climate Change has got 8 mission tabs. It taps on the technological advances and applications and the framework of multiple science technologies which can be roped in for the disaster risk management. So S&T applications in disaster risk management, they need to be promoted at all levels on the principles which are set by Sendai framework, and they should be in all stages of the disaster management, right from hazard, risk, vulnerability assessment, impact assessment, environmental assessment, disaster management planning, mitigation for both ecological, environmental, structural, social, and capacity interventions, response and relief related issues. So these all will call for science and technology enterprise from various agencies, and it will challenge the science and technology experts to come out with more innovative solutions. And for that, this particular seminar has been rightly planned at this moment, at this point of time, because we are facing a era where the new normal is different from what was practiced for years and years. We had a paradigm shift from response and relief centric to preparation and mitigation centric, and now it is moving towards resilience centric. In that, the role of science and technology, research and policy practices will play a major role. And this particular CAPRIS conference under CAPRIS program under the Departments of Science and Technology, Government of India, will be able to bring out a large number of aspects which will benefit the community, which will benefit the policy makers, so that the future policy interventions are risk-informed policy planning and risk-informed interventions are used. So with this, I'll once again welcome all the panelists, and once again I'll welcome Dr. Harshvardhan for gracing this occasion. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Ashish Panda.
Thank you, Edie, sir, for your wonderful welcome remarks, and also rightly highlighting the use of science and technology for disaster risk management and mitigation, and eventually leading to a disaster resilient society in times to come. Now, the moment has come we have been waiting for. Dr. Harshvardhan, a medical professional and public figure, incumbent Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Science and Technology, Earth Science, Health and Family Welfare. Sir was recently elected to the office of Chairperson of Executive Board of the World Health Organization from May 2020 to fight the pandemic at global level, declaring India polio-free in 2014 by WHO. Some credit goes to Dr. Harshvardhan for his successful implementation of Pulse Polio program in 1995, for he got also a WHO DG's Polio Eradication Champion Award Commendation Medal. Sir is also credited with enactment of the Delhi Prohibition of Smoking and Non-Smokers Health Protection Act, first of its kind in any states in India. His focus has always been to motivate countries' young scientists for broadening their area and scope of inventions, research, and S&T innovations. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. I request you to kindly bless us with your special address for today's program, sir. Dr. Harshvardhan.
Thank you, Dr. Panda, for giving me this opportunity. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Shri GVV Sarma, Member Secretary, NDMA. Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Advisor and Head Strategic and Large Programs for DST. Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, Executive Director, NIDM. Dr. Deepak B. Pathak, Padam Shri and Professor from IIT Bombay. Professor V.K. Sharma, Executive Vice Chairman, Sikkim SDMA and Senior Professor, Professor Anil Gupta, and Dr. Anjali Barwal, Shri Kamal Kishore. I could pen down a few names who I think are present here in this program, but I'm sure that there are so many other top distinguished people, scientists and heads of various institutions and various departments related to the Disaster Management Authority as well as to the Department of Science and Technology, not only in India but also all across the world. And as was told that there are people from Germany and other places. So I must at the outset thank you all for being participant in this very important conference, Science and Technology Research Policy Practice Interface for Climate Risk Management. In fact, you all know that I am a medical doctor by profession, an ENT surgeon who has most of the time, all his life, I have spent most of my time working in the field of health in various capacities. As a medical student, as an activist of the medical associations, as health minister in Delhi, and then at the union level, also as advisor for the World Health Organization for a number of years for the Southeast Asian countries. But I got this privileged opportunity to be the Science and Technology Minister and the Minister for Earth Sciences of the Government of India only in November 2014. In spite of being a science student background person, I could, in the last 6 years, appreciate the potential of science in a very big way only after having become the Science and Technology Minister and after having observed science from the closest of quarters, after having visited almost all laboratories all across the country belonging to science, DST, biotechnology, earth sciences, CSIR, and of course, even I visited many institutions belonging to ISRO and even ICAR. And I could see the level of science that's actually happening in the country. And today it's really beyond my expression or my vocabulary to really express the type of joy that I can experience when I can see that the science and technology people together with the disaster authority people are working together, and there is an organized effort to see how the discoveries in science, the inventions in science, the research in science, or the technologies that have been developed in science, they can actually be used by the relevant people at the relevant places, and I think there can't be anything more important than managing disasters. And I also in the last 6 years enjoyed the privilege of being the environment minister of the country for about 2 years. And while being environment minister, I could see from very close quarters what is the need for the environment department, and for the issues related to environment, and for actually handling the issues of climate change and global warming, which are the issues of extensive concern for the whole world. And my science and technology people know that for the first time, I got an institutionalized system developed there, where the secretary of the environment ministry and all my science secretaries, they used to work together and try to see how they can collaborate with each other, how they can be mutually helpful to each other for finding out solutions to make the lives of the people better. And after having worked in science, I have a strong feeling and conviction that science is something which has the potential to solve each and every problem, which has the potential to actually help everybody, you can say factor, every issue of every department. In fact, it's just a coincidence that today I'm having this participation in an international conference where the disaster management authority people and my own people are working together. Only 3-4 days back, I had the privilege to visit the National Disaster Response Force 8th Battalion campus in Ghaziabad. And there I could see the practical application of science people and the disaster people working together, where one of our leading CSIR laboratories in Roorkee, they could develop a hospital for the NDRF people within 3 days and carry that hospital on their shoulders. And it was a beautiful hospital which they are right now going to use for COVID, and ultimately it will be used for the imminent needs of the volunteers of the NDRF force and all. So science is something which is, and then I also feel happy. I'm sorry I couldn't be part of the programs yesterday, but this is something, the details in which you have all gone, and the type of intellectual acumen that has been used, and the intellectuals that have been involved in this program. It is just literally mind-boggling and just unbelievable. A host of, I think, when I went through the whole program, I could see at least not in dozens, but I think it must be at least 100 top people of the country and the whole world going to participate in so many sessions lasting for 3 days, with science and technology policy in India, the context of present and future, path-breaking research needs, then role of industry and private sectors, role of disruptive technologies, about which everybody has been talking just now, climate resilience and disaster safe development, and then this CAPRES and allied projects and presentations about them, green growth, sustainable strategies, and then of course finally your advisory committee meeting, which has again more than a dozen top people of the country and the whole world. And tomorrow, fortunately, the valedictory session is going to be presided by none other but our own Minister of State for Home Affairs, Mr. Nityanand Rai, our dear colleague. So it's a I think a great conference, and certainly gives me the satisfaction, because whenever I had gone and visited these laboratories, my only regret used to be that why is all this knowledge that is the product of all these technological developments. That is the product of the hard work of day and night hard work of scientists for years together. Why it can't be used for the benefit of mankind? Why can't all these scientific issues and these discoveries be transferred to the people through the industry or whatever route? And why can't, I am fully convinced that every department of the government of India has, has the requirement of needing science and these scientific interventions. And Science and Technology Ministry itself is not only about climate change or global warming or about the disaster, but for any field that we talk about within the government, science and technology is already doing so much, but its potential is actually huge. And that is why I have to start by thanking NIDM for having organized this very important conference on this Science and Technology Research Policy Practice Interface for Climate Risk Management. Science and technology, as I said, has a critical role to play in the climate adaptive planning to help building disaster resilience and sustainability, contributing towards our journey towards self-reliance as part of our Prime Minister's clarion call for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And it's not only a call. He, from the day one, we have seen right from 2014, whenever he talks about something, whenever he gives a call for something, whenever he starts a new mission, he works in a mission mode to ensure that that mission goes up to its logical, successful conclusion. There are perceptible and measurable indicators and parameters and changes that happen to the country. And on everything that he has spoken in the last 6 years, I don't want to name all those projects, right from the financial inclusion to the Swachh Bharat or the Swasth Bharat or the Stand Up India or the Digital India, and so many things that he has done. Now the latest is the National Digital Health Mission, and to his Ayushman Bharat, everything he has, taken it forward. So when he talks about an Atmanirbhar Bharat, and when he talks about a new India to be delivered to everybody by the year 2022, he really means it. And I'm sure that with the backing of science and all our senior people, he can actually see that this dream is accomplished and it is realized. So, according to a survey made by independent agencies like the Globe Scan and the National Geographics for 18 countries in the world, India ranks one in terms of a parameter called Green Dex, which is a measure of sustainability and lifestyle. Despite so much of contribution to sustainability and environment, India is one of the worst impacted countries in the world in terms of extreme events. And we every day we feel the havoc happening somewhere or the other in all forms. India is among the few countries which witnesses almost all types of disasters like earthquakes, tropical cyclones, floods, tsunamis, thunderstorms, hailstorms, lightning, heat waves, etc. And we have experienced almost all of them during this major COVID pandemic also. Improved warning systems have greatly helped reducing loss of lives, but the loss of property continues to increase as more and more infrastructure due to economic development is getting exposed to disasters. But over the years, we have seen so closely, and as a Minister for Earth Sciences, I have seen that how meticulously our scientists have been able to predict the timing of the cyclones, the timing of the disasters, the timing of the floods, the impact that these floods and cyclones are going to have. And today our tsunami warning systems, the early tsunami warning systems are probably we are amongst the #1 countries in the whole world. And we are in fact issuing warnings not only to India, but to all the RIM countries. So it's a great tribute to the scientists who have, I think, brought us to a very higher pedestal. It is certainly true that accelerated climate change is driving the world to a set of conditions that humans never experienced. Climate change is likely to cause loss and damage that is beyond adaptation as sea levels rise, storms surge, hurricanes become severe, ocean acidifies, temperature rises, and freshwater resources deplete. There has been an increasing trend in the frequency and severity of climate change inflicted extreme weather events. Growing risks are pushing vulnerable people, communities, and countries to their physical and socio-economic adaptation levels. There is an increasing recognition that adaptation and mitigation may not be enough to manage the impacts of climate change, and stress the urgent need to develop and implement effective climate risk assessment and management approaches in order to prevent or minimize the losses. And here I would like to recall with a lot of nostalgia that is, apart from science, we initiated a huge green good deeds movement while being in the environment ministry, where the small positive actions which the people of the whole world, if they make changes in their small habits, make their behavior as green good behavior, perform green good deeds, then they can in fact induce a lot of changes in the society apart from what we can achieve through science. Climate risk management will help in observing, analyzing, controlling, envisaging, and preparing for the future risks related to climate change. Devising a comprehensive framework for India includes addressing fundamental concerns related to uncertainty, as well as applying learning theories for reducing these uncertainties. A robust climate risk management framework calls for a multi-level approach across the country, whether it is national, subnational, regional, or local, to determine the various climate change risks likely to impact the country, while also providing a broad understanding of the loss and damage likely to be caused by these risks. As there are needs for proper strategies, not only to save people from disasters, but also to build resilience towards disasters, educating people about the types and nature of disaster and ways to build resilience and is of great importance. This would need building capacity of the communities to face these disasters. Department of Science and Technology has made some major achievements and advancements in the implementation of two national missions on climate change as part of the National Action Plan on Climate Change. Under the two missions, as many as 200 projects of different sizes have been supported, which include 15 centers of excellence, 30 major R&D programs, 14 network programs which comprise of nearly 100 projects, 6 task forces, 25 state climate change centers, etc. During the last 6 years, I'm talking about during my tenure as the Science and Technology Minister, about which I know a little greater detail. As many as 1,500 research papers in high impact factor journals were published. More than 100 new techniques have been developed, and nearly 50,000 people have been trained as part of these missions. I think all these achievements are really historic, and I would like to place on record my greatest of appreciation for all the scientists working for the success of all this. More than 1,200 scientists and students are right now working in these mission projects. I am delighted that the NIDM is implementing this CAPES project as part of the DST's national mission on strategic knowledge for climate change. The project practices capacity development supported through knowledge forum, including consultative workshops and training programs of key stakeholders across different sectors and levels. The resource material produced under the project includes documentations of outcomes, lessons, case studies, policy, technical papers, training course manuals, compendium, research volumes, which are very important for strengthening science policy and practice interface. This conference has enabled a great network of scientific luminaries, which I could appreciate right now, researchers and professionals across domains, not only from India, but from outside also, to discuss and deliberate on the important dimensions of science and technology development and research promotion, cooperation and collaboration, issues and opportunities. This is a great occasion to contribute towards nation building in the truest of sense. In a changing time with onset of new technologies, but also the new challenges and the social behavioral changes, a new paradigm of science policy practice is much warranted. I would like to congratulate once again the organizers for such a useful initiative. And specifically in these COVID times, I know the whole country had been under great strain, but it's not only the doctors and our nurses and our uh, people in the health sector who have worked as corona warriors, but also the scientists in all our laboratories, whether in the science sector or in the health sector, ICMR and other places. They have all risen to the occasion. And this is because of the contribution of the scientists that we could isolate the virus, we could do the genome sequencing of the virus. We are in the process of development of a vaccine. We could, in a country where we were importing ventilators, we are now in a position to export ventilators. In a country which was not producing PPEs and so many things like N95 masks and drugs and so many research related to the handling of COVID, we are now in a situation where we are now trying to help the rest of the world. So this is all a lot of our scientists have contributed in a big way, and that is why we today amongst the list of more than 200 countries affected the world over with COVID, we today have in a country of 1.35 billion people, where the some of the great stalwarts in the whole world, they had projected and they had quoted so many great calculations and so many researches of the great institutes of the whole world. They had said that by this time, India will have over 3 million cases and over 5-6 million deaths. But fortunately, we just had about 3 million cases, and out of that, a majority have recovered and they have gone back. Today, we have a recovery rate probably the best in the whole world, over 76%, and the least mortality rate in the whole world. From a single lab, we have gone up to over 1,500 laboratories, and this is the test for which the sample used to be sent to America a couple of years back, before 2014. For the testing and the isolation of the virus. So this all has happened because the whole country worked together. The various departments worked as various arms of the government. They were all mutually conducive to each other's supporting system. So I think with these few words, I would like to wish the conference a grand success, and I'm sure that once the great team sits together tomorrow evening, they will come out with a set of great recommendations. And I have always believed that these recommendations are not only for the books or for papers or for any booklet that is published after the conference, but they are actually meant for implementation. So there should be a mechanism where all whatever you discuss in the last, whatever you are going to discuss in these 3 days, you must make sure that each and every valid suggestion full of wisdom that must be implemented in the larger interest of the country, and our disaster management authority should go back with more of confidence. They should be bubbling with confidence that they can deal with anything on this earth. When I visited the 8th Battalion campus the other day, I was told that our disaster management force is going to be recognized by the United Nations very soon, and they will be all over the world. At one call, they will be joining to help the unfortunate disaster-related activities anywhere in the whole world. So at this time when there is so much of technology that has been offered through science, we have to ensure that everything is used for saving the mankind from these disasters. This conference should go down in history as a landmark conference, which produced a radical change in our working style and which produced a radical change in handling disaster mitigation efforts in the country. So with these few words, I once again congratulate all the scientists and more particularly those who have joined this international conference from abroad. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thanks, Dr. Harshvardhan ji. You appreciated the role of science and technology and also the level of works being undertaken for overall growth and development of our country. As disaster management is so crucial in our country, more science and technology people should be working with disaster management, risk management, and mitigation people. We spoke about the new institutionalized way of collaboration among various science and technology departments and institutions under your able leadership, sir. You rightly emphasized, sir, that hard work of scientists should reach the common mass and not just remain in the labs. Science and technology can definitely help in climate adaptive planning through sharp accuracy in providing data and sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And you rightly highlighted the need for climate risk management framework in our country, increasing capacity building for local community, and how national action plan on climate change can help us in this regard. Thank you so much, sir. Your blessings and warm words will only encourage this program to further flourish and achieve its desired outcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now we have with us Padma Shri Professor Deepak B. Pathak.
Ashish ji. Actually, Ashish ji, we missed out Dr. Akhilesh Gupta. He had to actually welcome Minister. Now we can request him to welcome the two dignitaries.
Akhilesh Gupta ji. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a minute. So actually, we have with us today Padma Shri Professor Deepak B. Pathak ji, Chairman Board of Governors, IIT Indore, an IIT Bombay alumni, eminent educationist, visionary, recipient of many national and international awards. He is expert in database and information system and pioneer of various technology innovations, etc. Sir believes that teaching cannot be just a profession, but has to be one's dharma. His dream is to see a resurgent India catching up with the world and eventually leading the world. We also have Professor B.K. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, and Professor Emeritus, Indian Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi. I request Dr. Akhilesh Gupta ji to kindly welcome our two dignitaries for this special session. Please. Dr. Gupta.
Sir, I think he left. He will be rejoining the session. He's not there.
Okay. Should I then request Professor Deepak B. Pathak ji to kindly address this gathering with his remarks, sir? Professor Pathak ji.
Well, first of all, my thanks for inviting me for such a important occasion. But I must humbly admit that I am no expert in the kind of thing that you are discussing to great depth. Of course, as a common man, I understand the importance, and as an IT person, I recognize that information systems must become absolutely up to date to help all the great efforts that you people are doing. personally, I believe what Dr. Harshvardhan said made some very pertinent points. I would just like to remind all of us of two things. One is we need to move from the kind of action that we take in response and reaction to a level where we prepare and mitigate. I think that's an important general direction. And the last one, which he said, we require a radical change in our style. There are people who innovate in the times of disasters. I recall many years ago when tsunami had hit us in South India and Sri Lanka. I recall in Sri Lanka, there was an IT person who created within 24 hours a Unix-based server system and a network where information was being captured at the individual village level and was being directed to the reaction teams which provided help. So in all such disaster cases, movement of information very quickly from the place where an action is required to the place where action can be taken is, I think, very important to help, as I said, all the efforts that people are taking. About climate change, I am personally worried most about the disaster that awaits humanity because of the climate change. I had a colleague who just left IIT Bombay to pursue his passion on solar energy. He actually built first 1 million solar labs, Professor Chetan Solanki, and now he's actually moving around in the world, creating a awareness about using solar energy and alternative. Some of you might like to look at some of his presentations on what is happening to excessive energy usage by us, particularly usage which will deplete our resources. But then you are all better experts in not just matters of climate change, but in matters of all other disasters. I think it is not correct for me to make any additional comments, but I will only say this. There are millions like me who await concrete action from experts like you, because we, and indeed the entire humanity, depends on people like you to save us from the current and future disasters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fatik Saab. You rightly said that the IT should be updated to help the S&T people who are working in the field of disaster risk management, and we should move from the response and relief centric approach to prevention and mitigation centric approach. And there should be radical change in our styles so that the movement of information should go quickly and in right shape to the right persons at the site. So thank you very much, sir. Your blessings mean a lot to us. Now, I request Professor V.K. Sharma Saab, who is the Vice Chairman, Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, and also Professor Emeritus, Indian Institute of Public Administration, to kindly grace us with his remarks. Professor Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pandaji. Honorable Minister gave a wonderful, address to us, and I think covered each and every aspect. Shri General Bindal, Dr. Pathak, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Dr. Nisha Mehdi, and the expert, who are attending this international conference. I also join NIDM because, and I appreciate NIDM, for taking this initiative. And I think the outcome will be the convergence, which Honorable Minister was talking about, that the science and technology, we know the role of science and technology, and we are seeing that in disaster risk reduction, how in warning system, in disaster preparedness, he gave example of NDRF, that how NDRF is using, science and technology, how the National Institute of Building Management and others, are helping us. So I think this conference is very timely because of two things. One is that Department of Science and Technology is making National Policy for Science, Technology and Innovation 2020. And I'm also part of that exercise. And I think the recommendation of this workshop or this conference will be taken very seriously, because I could see, even yesterday, very eminent people attended this, and some of the address are really very good. Today's program and tomorrow's program, I think these 3 days, and you will come out with some recommendations, will certainly be utilized by the science and technology. Second thing is that I really appreciate NIDM effort in conversing, different sciences. Otherwise, we know the importance of environment, we know the importance of climate change, we know the importance of science and technology, we know the importance of earth sciences, and everyone, all this knowledge, it is there in pockets. Now, what NIDM is doing, since last few years, that this kind of conference, this is bringing people together, and we can think together that how we can help, in disaster risk reduction, because that how much losses countries bearing every year because of natural disasters, and this loss is increasing. We have no doubt proud on one point that we are saving lives, and this is a very plus point. But at the same time, if you see the economic loss is increasing considerably every year. So I think the use of science and technology is very important, and this will help us not only in giving forecasting, early warning in other aspect of disaster management, but in innovations also. New innovations are required. My last point, and because the time is constraint is there, I will say that organization like FICCI, and I am glad that Mr. Nirankar Saxena is here, and he will be chairing this session. I think FICCI is doing great job in bringing private sector in disaster risk reduction, and he and his team, through this FICCI Arise, this is a UN program, and FICCI is contributing in that and involving private sector in innovation, in guiding them that how they can play an important role in risk reduction. And I think this is one very important thing, and I am glad that NIDM has brought private sector into it, non-governmental organizations and all that, because when we are talking about the policy and its implementation, I think their role is very primitive, and they are here, so I am so glad. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I know that there is a series of people who will be talking, and I am here actually for listening today and getting more information from the scientists and from the presenters, and not to speak. So thank you very much, Mr. Panda and Professor Anil Gupta, for inviting me, and I wish you all success. Thank you. Over to you, Pandaji.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sharma ji, for your words of wisdom and blessings for all of us. You rightly emphasized upon the fact that in today's time, improving our early warning system synergy among national organizations for meeting ever-increasing disaster, then convergence of various aspects of S&T innovations is very, very important to bring people together, to think together and arrive at possible solutions to burning problems. As DRM is a multi-stakeholder game, you also rightly emphasize the roles of private bodies, which is very, very crucial to us. We assure you, sir, that the deliberations, outcomes, and recommendations will be taken up very, very seriously. Thank you, sir. Now, to end this today's special session, one very good quotation from Thomas Edison. He once said that, "I have not failed in my experiments. Rather, I've invented 10,000 different ways of how things don't work." So, message is perseverance and persistent determination are two strong pillars of science and technology. With this positivity, we move on with our technical sessions for day 2 of our program. I request Professor Gupta to take the stage and begin the program. Professor Gupta.
Thank you, Ashish ji, and thanks to the dignitaries of this special session that we had. And my apology for little disturbance in the following sessions, because we will have to make little more adjustment of the time, and I would request to stay here for a little more time to all the participants and dignitaries. So I would not be speaking much, and directly inviting for the session 104, that is on role of industry and private sector, which is chaired by Shri Nirankar Saxena ji, who is the Deputy Secretary General of FICCI. Mr. Nirankar Saxena ji has been very actively involved in disaster risk reduction related initiatives, and also is the portfolio in charge for science and technology in FICCI. I don't think that FICCI needs much introduction, but the facilitator, Ms. Akansha Tyagi, she will be giving an introduction of the chair, and will be inviting him. Other panelists of this session are Professor U.S. Dikshit from IIT Guwahati, Professor Manju Mohan from IIT Delhi, and Mr. N. Raghu Babu, who is the project director of GIZ Germany, and Dr. Naren Agrawal, who is the editorial director of Springer Nature, the office based in Delhi. And the moderator of this session is Professor Suresh Jain, Dean of IIT Tirupati. So, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar and Mr. Ruwab Sood from FICCI are also the part of this session management. So, I would invite Ms. Akansha Tyagi and Professor Suresh Jain to take the proceedings forward without wasting any more time. Thank you very much. Ms. Akansha, please.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I will first quickly introduce myself to the audiences. My name is Akanksha Tyagi. I am a commissioning editor with Springer Nature. I acquire and develop books in life sciences and in environmental sciences from authors and institutes in Asia. Today, on behalf of NIDM and as the publishing partners of this event from Springer Nature, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the presence of all the delegates, panelists, and the participants. To begin the session, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Shri Nirankar Saxena, our chairperson for this session today. Saxena ji is the Deputy Secretary General of FICCI. He heads the BizNet, ATA, and UNTIR Carnet, Innovation, Science and Technology, and Commercialization, UN Arise DRR and Disaster Management, IT, and Telecom at the FICCI Institute, and also manages multiple different projects in the same portfolio. He's also very closely associated with the disaster management related activities in India, and also has worked previously with the National Disaster Management in India. So thank you very much, Saxena ji, for joining us today. I would like to invite you to share your thoughts and address the audience.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of FICCI, I really appreciate the initiative taken by Department of Science and Technology Support and NIDM, especially the NIDM leading the road. And our emphasis is straightforward. The private sector mean the business, they mean the result, and on a mission mode plan. We feel that science and technology is a prosperity paradox. We can only bring prosperity paradox through science and technology and lift nations out of poverty, the current situations, anything. Science and technology is only can create a vertical growth in the country. Many countries who support science and technologies initiatives such as South Korea, such as USA, Europe, some of the countries, Israel is on the top of the index where the country 4.3% of the GDP in the science and technology. The Indian science and technology investment in the GDP is a little bit stagnant. It is moving around 0.6 to 0.7% over the last 2 decades. So this is a worry and is an opportunity also. So we, in the morning, the Prime Minister Office of PSA has taken a meeting with the leading industry leaders and MNCs to how we can boost the FDI into science and technology, how we can create a private sector-led initiative on the mission. So we at FICCI are very proud that we have been associated with NIDM, and thanks to Brigadier Khanna then in 2003, we started this initiative of disaster risk reduction. and disaster management. And from the day one of NDMA, we are the founding partners of India under the able leadership of General NCVH and others. I really like to congratulate what Minister has mentioned, the NDMA, NIDM, and Science and Technology. These three government institutions is a magic wand. If they come together and partner with the private sector, it will create a great magic for not only for India, but set examples for the world. We at FICCI also represent United Nations Global Board Arise member. And this is a network of international industries who can partner and share their best practices among the industry networks. We have started an initiative on a mission, and we have taken a pledge of a drought-free India by 2030. So in this contest, a roundtable has been already been set up in February last. The actionable project in Maharashtra is starting soon, which comprise of close to about 300 villages, in which we are going to pilot the most drought-prone area to make drought-free forever. So the message is that through the government initiative, we should set up a timeline of these challenges. We can have a drought-free flood. Japan has already proven that. Malaysia has proven this in 2009 by smart tunnel investment of a project, which is a $660 million project they set up, where the private sector contributed the majority of money, and they actually capitalize all the flash flood water and then sell that water to the government of Malaysia for long term. So in India, I think this is a great opportunity for the private sector to partner with the government to create a mission mode activity. We should have a mission on major disaster which is striking India, especially the natural one. The second point which I want to make sure that the harness of science and technology only comes from the university students and some freaks and startups. And they are in need of grant fund, grant money. Until and unless you come up with a challenge of a grant challenge and provide them a best possible funding support for doing their pilot, that will be a difference. We run a program in FICCI with the US government and with the UK government and Facebook with the private sector for $50 million fund on social impact. And it was started by the current vice chairman of Niti Aayog, Dr. Respected Rajiv Kumar Ji, when he was the Secretary General of in 2012. And that program has funded close to about 170 projects and created huge impact not only in India, but 17 countries in the world. So my request with folded hand to the government institutions is that we provide the grant challenge opportunity under a public-private partnership, such as Meridian Alliance with FICCI, and harness the power of the startup and harness the power of the freaks and harness the power of the students who are working at various academic institutions. Lastly, I would like to always, I'm a passionate of Asian technologies. We need to harness the power of Asian technologies and connect with the modern science. We all know the Aryan tribes way back in 1500 BCs. When they came to India, they have developed Asian technologies which worked in metal works, in sheet metals, reverting, casting of coppers, bronze, craft, water, sanitation. Before the Romans, Indians were the leaders. Aryans were the leaders of Asian technologies. So this is a new thought and spin to the group. I think the need of the hour is to set up a collaboration between the ancient power of this Vedic science and the modern science to create a disruption. I think these words, I'd like to congratulate NIDM, DST, and others to set up this collaboration. But as Minister mentioned, actionable agenda has to be very, very important. It should not be a mere conference. My suggestion to you is come up with a grand challenge of 100 crore or 200 crore or 500 crore. Harness, give this money to the students, give this money to the startup, give this money to the freaks, and FICCI will help identifying this and connect to the large industries for commercialization. With these words, on behalf of FICCI, the entire board of the FICCI, I congratulate NIDM. Thank you.
आकांक्षा अनम्यूट करो।
So thank you so much, Saxena ji. We're really delighted to hear from you, and thank you for sharing your thoughts and apprising us about all the different schemes and programs which are running to manage the disasters in more effective way. Your remarks have actually set the tone right for further discussion on understanding how the academia, industry, and private-public partnership can actually help us in managing the disasters in a better way. I would like to now move to the main discussion in this event, for which I want to invite the moderator of the panel discussion, Professor Suresh Jain. Professor Jain is a professor at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at IIT Tirupati. He has been in this field for more than 16 years. He's been teaching and also being there in the consultancy role in the area of environmental science and engineering. And he's also a member of state level expert committee on environment and committee on environment with the Committee on the Environment with the Government of Andhra Pradesh. Professor Jain, I would like you to take over and lead the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Akanksha. I'm audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
So thank you very much. And I just start the things quickly because looking into the time, and we know, like as Professor Gupta have already mentioned, we are short of the time looking because of the change in the program. And I just invite the four panelists who were part of this panel. And our focus will be of the role of industry and the private sector. But the chairman have also set the tone, like the academia can also play a very important role. So looking into our distinguished panel, like I introduced first, like the Professor Deutsche, who is the professor at Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at IIT Guwahati. Then second panelist is Professor Manju Mohan, who came with the legacy working in the area of and climate change, and she works at IIT Delhi and also heading the Center for Atmospheric Sciences. And third panelist will be Mr. N. Raghu Babu, who is the project director at GIZ. He is also having lots of experience in the planning, environmental management, cooperations. So I believe that particular knowledge will really going to set the tone when we are talking about the industry and private sector, their role in climate change mitigation. And then we have the Dr. Naren Agarwal, who is the editorial director at Springer India. That is also one very important area where, like Dr. Narendra Agarwal's role is like to get the knowledge where the scientific community is working and rightly publishing on time in terms of books or publication and reaching to the common public. I think that's a very important role he's also playing through Springer India. And looking into the time, I just set the discussion rules because we are falling short of the time. So I request all the panelists, first you have to give your remarks, maybe 3 to 4 minutes or up to 5 minutes on the role of industry and private sector, what you feel like how the role of industry and the private sector can overcome the problem of climate change and how we can mitigate those things, context into the normal climate related issues and in context to the disaster risk reduction. So I invite first Professor Dixit to give your remarks on this particular topic. Professor Dixit, please.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Jain, for inviting me here. And I would also like to give my thanks to Professor Anil Gupta and in general that organizers of this webinar or conference for inviting me actually, where most of the scientists working directly in the area of environment and disaster are involved. I am from mechanical engineering, so that way, in a sense, I am not directly working in disaster, but with industry, of course, I have huge connection because mechanical engineering means related to industry. And with FICCI also, I have been involved in many programs. They keep always inviting me. I would say that definitely that FICCI is playing a very good role in bringing industry and academia together. Many times they proactively invite. But quickly, I would like to make this point that government is doing a lot of measures to bring academicians for solving these type of problems and participating with industry. They are having many schemes. You know that even our promotion policies are like that. That if we show in our biodata that we are doing something for industry, then we get special credit. Now, but more active role also has to be played by industries. And one point I want to brought that in some countries, there is a culture that whenever they give some funding, the industry gives some funding. It's not that they are giving some funding and sitting silently. They participate. Their engineers are working with academicians hand to hand. In our country, somehow it is still that type of culture that that one organization will come, he will reach to say maybe IIT professor, and he will say IIT goes to IIT Bombay, gives this much money because you are the leading professor, and this is a 3-year project. Finish this project and give me the result. That type of approach actually should go. Many of my own projects have been completed and that I got, and then but they have not been implemented. I did some work even for border routes organization, some machines we designed, and then after that what happened that because they are the chief changed, another person came, so it was never fabricated. So therefore there is a need of active participation by industry, and they have to come, they have. So for that purpose, my recommendation is that in fact the government also can facilitate these type of things. They can do lot of incentives in terms of the tax relief, in terms of the other benefits, that if the industry, and in terms of the ranking of the industry, that if they interact with academia in a very active way, not in a passive mode, not just funding, but also participating in terms of the technology, industries can come. I wish that most of our students should be doing projects sponsored by industries. They should come. Industry can always visit. Each year that industry can have 2-3 persons, and maybe FICCI also can make a team. They should come. And when we float the topics to students, even that time they can come and they can participate. So that I just want to emphasize this point, and I leave that stage open for other panelists, and so that they can also give that viewpoint. Okay. Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes, Dr. Jan, I think that other party panelists can also speak. Yeah.
Akanksha? Hello?
Professor Jain,
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dixit. Now I invite Professor Manju Mohan. She is also my teacher when I did my PhD at IIT Delhi. I know the PSC, she coming from almost more than 40 years of experience working in the air quality and climate change management. So I request Professor Mohan to give his opening remarks into this context, like how the role of industry and private sector can play and then help in mitigation of climate change. Professor Manju Mohan, please.
Can you hear? Hello, am I
Yes,
audible?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for inviting me over here. And I really thank the organizers, Professor Anil Gupta from NIDM and Professor Gupta from DST, for a very timely and important event on this topic of climate change and disaster management, and how the public policy as well as industries and academia together can work together to solve many of these problems related to the disaster management in the country. Well, starting with a very positive note that we are in a position to lead in this particular area of disaster management uh, across the world, and we have done the good things which probably we can be proud of. Let it be the tsunami warning system, or the way we handle our disaster management when we have extreme weather like cyclones and so on. I think we have done wonderfully well. But as we all know, that extreme weather has become a great problem now. And this extreme weather is mostly being exacerbated by climate change and global warming. And this global and there are direct impacts of climate change as well as there are indirect impacts, and extreme weather is one of those. Now here, how does industry can help the academia to move forward and resolve some of these burning issues? Well, that is a very challenging task, but definitely a lot of improvement is possible with the help of government and industry partnership, and both of them coming together to help academia to resolve the challenging issues related to this disaster management, and especially the extreme weather predictions. Well, I come from a field on urban climate, extreme weather, and air pollution. I would suggest, of course, technologies shall be there to reduce emissions, to reduce energy consumptions, and reduce the energy saving as well. But of course, as rightly mentioned by my previous speaker, Professor Dixit, that definitely there are challenges which academia is facing. And what are these challenges? Let us see in terms of the kind of inputs we expect from this partnership is kind of a smooth sailing for the academic community to do research. For example, this 3-year project, and solving problem in the 3-year project mode is kind of not a very convenient situation for people working in this field. So what we need is a constant support to solve or resolve problems or the challenges which the country is facing today. So how do we go about it? Let's say we can identify or we can identify all the problems and the challenges, and then and throw an open challenge, because definitely academia would like to work on the problems which are relevant to society. So once the problems are identified, it should be more the capacity building as well as the research work should be more on a continuous mode and not on the project mode. So it should be a continuous funding where everyone knows that that there are inputs for the project staff or the students coming, and then also the academia is assured that we don't need to really go in the short-term mode. So short-term mode really takes a lot of time, and let's say in managing these projects and getting output. So at least you are spending 50 to 60% of the time in managing a project. That time shall go for the academic work, and that is somehow not happening. So we need new policies and that's where the the industry funding shall come with less constraints, and industry can help and new policies from the government side, so that there is a constant working and focusing on problems rather than small time projects. So that constant funding can come with the outputs, but no hindrance for continuity of the academic activities, and that is what is expected. And I'm sure our country has achieved a lot in this field, to especially the climate change, air pollution, and the predictions. The way we are doing the extreme weather prediction, we have really done very well in the prediction. But of course, we have new challenges in this field, that there are lots of uncertainties, the intensity and the frequency of extreme weather and rainfall, etc., is changing, and we need better flood management. We need a better disaster management, and of course, what is happening is that it is not actually the forecast. It is on the ground. We need to work not only for the disaster period, but a non-disaster period also. So our preparedness should be when there is no disaster, so that we are totally ready when a disaster comes. So with these words, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mohan. Thank you for
my colleagues. Other colleagues will share and add to. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the nice words. So I now request Mr. Raghu Babu, who is the project director at GIZ Germany. He is having lots of experience where the cooperation, international cooperation, and the capacity building, those areas are there. So I believe like his experience also going to talk about like how the industrial, so the cooperation at the bilateral level or multilateral level, and being the experience from the international organization, we want to know from his mouth like how the industry or the private sector can play an important role in mitigating the climate risk. Mr. Abu, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. I'll start it. In the meantime, if I can be enabled to share my screen. Yeah, I have it here.
Yeah, please.
I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So I'm primarily covering 4 topics here because this topic is quite vast. So the losses that we get from disaster risks is enormous. Recently, I heard from a colleague from Germany dealing with disasters. His estimates are rupees 8 lakh crore per year, the losses incurred from disasters. This figure I was looking at because, if we look at in India, how much do we invest into prevention and management of disaster risks? I often find a lot of inhibition in terms of putting investments towards actual actions. I also like to take the wordings of the Honorable Minister. He said we need a radical change in the way we look at disaster risks. And he said, put the results of such a conference also into actions and not into books. So there are 4 major areas I would like to thrust upon. One is the development and management of disaster risk management infrastructure and services in industries and industrial areas. The second one is the training and skills development on disaster risk management. When I was a student in the environment sector, there was hardly anybody willing to take environment as a profession. So those of us in the civil engineering those days preferred to go for structural engineering, or when we went to planning, we preferred to get into other forms of planning, but not the industrial zone planning or disaster risk planning. But I think this profession is another profession which is a neglected profession. If you look at how many skilled people exist in dealing with disaster risks, it's always a question mark. I read about a news item for the styrene gas leak in Visakhapatnam where the personnel including the police personnel, were getting affected because they were not the ones who were well trained to deal with such disasters. The next topic I want to talk about is the web-based information and decision support systems. Now, in the introductory remarks, we heard about these technologies. We have a lot of technological advantage in India, and are we able to put that technology to use? Way back in 90s, we generated district-wise maps for nearly 180 districts in early 90s using remote sensing and GIS very extensively. But today, I still do not see for the disaster-prone areas whether we have such information systems and management systems. The fourth topic is on the land use planning and management of the industrial disaster risk-prone areas. Sorry. I take you to the next slide. Can't see the slides moving. I wanted to show you that in Germany, you have disaster management infrastructure in the industrial zones managed by the private sector. So whether it is Bayer's chemical parks or Hoist or all the other industrial parks, including the large industrial houses like BASF, you would see there are disaster management facilities operated by private sector. So they are one source for managing all the services and infrastructure in the industrial zones. A lot of disasters can also be reduced. For example, in chemical zones in Germany, instead of every industry having its own storage tanks and boilers, there are common steam generation plants and common storage tanks, for example, that you can reduce them. They also undertake training of the personnel. They have a 24/7 command control centers in the industrial zones, which are regulating. Even when we had the Vizag gas leak, when our colleagues from FICCI CIDM team approached, we were contacting them and they were available to provide any information to us if we require. Now, we also require this common infrastructure in the industrial zones because it's most cost effective. Instead of everyone trying to invest for disaster risk management. This will be almost an impossible task financially and technically for every industrial house to set up their own disaster risk management infrastructure. So it makes all the more sense to have common facilities which are then accessible to the whole area or even to a larger extent beyond the industrial zones. Now, training and skills development is also a topic. In Germany, you have private sector which is offering and undertaking training and skills. In India, we have the National Skills Qualification Framework. And if we can align our demands for personnel in disaster risk management and bring up the skills through the institutes that we have in the country, this is also another opportunity. In both these cases, you will see that there is a lot of investment and employment opportunity besides dealing with the liabilities that we get from the disaster risk and the losses that we incur. Now, web-based information system is another thing. Now we have about 1,800 major hazard accidents.
So, Mr. Raghu, looking into the time, so can you conclude your remarks in next 2 minutes, please?
Yes, I'm coming to that. I'm actually not taking my other slides. I'm just staying on this one slide. And similarly for the disaster management plans, we have these 1,800 units distributed into 270 districts. Now, here again, the information systems don't exist today. And so the response also is very difficult. Even the information is not transparent and available. So it's very difficult for anyone to respond for any kind of disaster risks. The other aspect is the land use planning and management. Despite having natural disasters and chemical industrial disasters, we still have no control on the way the land uses are changing and the development is happening. Now, this is another area wherein I see a huge opportunity. So I see in all these 4 topics, the role of the industry and the private sector for dealing with the disaster risk management, as well as for creating infrastructure, services, investments, and employment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Babu, for your nice word. And now I want to invite Dr. Agarwal to give his key remarks related to the role of industry and private sector in mitigating the climate change. Thank you very much. Dr. Agarwal, please.
Audible?
Dr. Etwa? Yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Professor Jain. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Anil Gupta to invite me to this very, very exciting session. I am really very glad to hear that these conversations are happening, that people are being invited from the industry side to share their side of story, and their opinions are also now being considered relevant and kind of coming into the mainstream of a discourse on these kind of activities. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Harshvardhan, he gave a very encouraging, very positive address to the session and to the efforts that are being made in building resilience. Also, some experts also spoke very nicely, although I'm not an expert on disaster management as such. I think the overall impression I gathered was that there is a convergence, there is a solid convergence of experts and expertise to steer the benefits and gains of technology to kind of build resilience in dealing with disasters. So if I were to kind of break it to the simplest possible level, I think the role of or the partnership between industry and academia and governmental organization can't be overemphasized. Simply, this axis is extremely important to manage these kind of efforts to, in fact, see the country get onto the growth path that our governments and our policymakers have envisioned for the country. I would like to kind of simplify it in one single sentence that this axis of inviting expertise from different sectors, private and public both, kind of allows us to get best people to pull in their best efforts to bring out the best possible outcomes. It is this at the simplest level. Now, I come from the publishing industry, and I would like to kind of suggest that I would like to share with you how Finger Nature, as a global publisher of scholarly literature in research and in published books, is also contributing to the efforts, how we are also contributing to using science and technology, and we are disseminating information to the global readers. In a way, in the entire ecosystem of disseminating information, we play a very crucial role. We are providing the tools and technologies, we are curating that information, we are getting that information reviewed, and then we publish it before it is being disseminated to the end user. And using these technologies and tools and the interfaces that we create for our readers, who are the scientists who are involved in disaster management or building resilience to manage the disasters better, we are able to provide the platform and the content so that they can access information that is crucial for them to be able to work in their fields. For this reason only, we have a fantastic series that we have started with the NIDM under leadership of Dr. Anil Gupta, and it's a fantastic series that we are very hopeful is going to publish a lot of science and views of the experts. The series is Disaster Resilience and Green Growth. That is a series that is going to publish several books in coming years, and very soon we are going to come out with a book on COVID-19 impacts and how we can mitigate the effects of the pandemic. And also at the same time, we are publishing a lot of special issues in our journals on climate management, or on pandemics, or on COVID. So with this, I would like to just make one final remark that yes, thank you so much for inviting Finger Nature as a publisher to share their views on the role of private sector into building resilience, into disseminating knowledge and information to the desired readers. And with this, I will be closing my remarks, my initial remarks in this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for nicely connecting the role of, you can say, the Springer Nature, Springer India in connecting the knowledge which is generated through the scientific people and reaching to the common people. So I think this is very important role is there in the Springer side. So now I want to invite Professor Manju Nath, who is a professor at Department of Electrical Engineering from IIT Bombay. So I request you to give you remarks like how the industry and private sector can play a role in mitigating climate issues. And I request you to make your remarks in 3 to 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, can you permit? Yeah, can you please permit me to upload a presentation, or am I supposed to do it in?
So you can highlight the 4 and 5 means in 4 or 5 minutes, like what are the key important points you want. Without that also, it's okay.
Okay, yeah, maybe I had a presentation, but I will just, okay, so I was supposed to be on the next panel. So this is more a discussion on technologies for disaster management, especially disruptive technologies. And I'm just going to give a presentation on that. I have scheduled another meeting at 4 o'clock, which I'm leading inside the campus here for the online semester, which is a big headache for us. So that's why I have to rush out at 4 o'clock. That's why I requested to get in now and talk about this. So let me just give you a quick overview of my view of the role of disruptive technologies for disaster management, and the rest of the organizers for inviting me to make this presentation and share my thoughts on this. So the way I look at this system is as so the title that I have that I thought about was disaster and tech in India, and you can classify disasters into, let's say, approximately 3 types. Of course, all of these will be at different scales. One is something that we can call as anticipated disasters, things like cyclones and flooding, where we sort of know we get a fair amount of advanced warning on these. And then we have unanticipated disasters, like, for example, earthquakes and landslides and tsunami, which we don't have any, which we don't expect anything, we don't have any forewarning about. And there are these disasters which I can call as what we can call as slow burn situations, like the pandemic that we are facing. I mean, this is in some sense a disaster situation, although technically not what we are usually prepared for. There are, of course, various scales at which these things work. And what I'm going to look at is the role of what I will call ubiquitous technologies, technologies that are present everywhere and at every scale and at every every facet of our operations. And I will look at it from 3 facets. One is data and its analytics, communication technologies, and social media that's an important technology. And the focus that I'm going to have is on preparedness. I come from an academic background, and my take on all of this is necessarily academic. So I'm going to break up my sort of thoughts into these 3 parts. So first, I'm going to talk about data. So data is important for all these 3 types of disasters that we see. And data, it is not enough. I mean, just having the data is not enough. You want to analyze the data, and if you want to analyze, you have to know what kind of questions you want to ask. And the kind of questions typically would involve issues associated with the science of the phenomena, the engineering that is required to mitigate the material damage that can happen because of these disasters, and the social sciences in which you have to manage the personal and societal impact of these disasters. So this in turn, I mean, having some expertise in each of these areas will inform the kind of data collection and data analysis. So, and this I mean, the ability to ask these questions and sort of analyze them can only come from people with cross-domain knowledge, people who have knowledge about and a reasonable amount of expertise on multiple in multiple domains, like the examples that I just gave you. So an important success story for us in this matter has been the cyclone warning system in this country, but that has come primarily with, I mean, I'll put that in quotes, what one can call primitive technology. So what we want to do now is to sort of take the big leap forward and use big data to sort of ease the pain that we get out of these things. And with climate change possibly causing more such incidents, we need a lot more people to think about and work about these issues. So which means that the necessary imperative that I take away from this discussion is that we should promote interdisciplinary research and that address local issues. We should not just import thoughts and processes that have happened elsewhere. Of course, they can inform us, but they have to be specialized and developed for the local case. The second issue is preparedness in communication and internet. It's a critical infrastructure, no doubt about that. And it's especially important for management of the post-disaster scenario. And in spite of the fact that it is an extremely important one, and because we are relying more and more on wireless technologies, it will be the first one to be affected. So what we want to do, it could be the first one to be affected because essentially all the wireless infrastructure can get damaged. The power lines to these infrastructure can get damaged. So there are several reasons why the wireless infrastructure can be the first one to sort of be affected. So we should build disaster handling capabilities into these emerging technologies, either through standards or or make it contractually obligated on the people who are running these, especially at the government level, to be able to, during rollout, to be able to handle disasters at various levels, which means we should understand disasters and we should understand how these disasters will affect these communication technologies. And I reiterate that it is the local needs that we have to address in speccing these things. And again, the bottom line becomes promoting interdisciplinary research. The last thing is the social media that I want to talk about. The problem with social media is that it's a fast evolving field in terms of form, its capabilities, and the effects that it can have on the ecosystem. It can do harm because it can spread false information, as an example. It can do a lot of good because it can be an emergency means of contact, assuming that the whole thing works. It can provide emotional succor by building networks of kindred spirits and a whole lot of other such things. But the issue with social media is that the rate at which they keep coming and going away, the expertise on the effects and effective use of this can become quickly outdated. So there has to be a strong pool of people who understand how these things work. So the effect, and most importantly, the effect of social media has to be, it need not only be local. It can come from elsewhere. The effect of what happens in a particular disaster can affect larger areas. So the effect is rather widespread, and the pressures due to the outside world affecting the way we manage our disasters can also be non-trivial. So you have to have some level of government control or through citizens groups. Exactly what is necessary is probably not something that I understand well, but there is an issue that we need to address. What is key here is that ad hoc and possibly knee-jerk methods to control social media during these times should not be attempted, or at least they can be counterproductive. Sometimes we don't have an option but to attempt them. So they can be counterproductive, so we have to be very careful about it. So we need to understand the legal issues associated with providing them. And we also need to understand the algorithmic issues, because always the social media companies, they sort of hide behind the concept of algorithms which drive their systems. And the algorithms are eventually designed by people, and the algorithms should have some responsibility. So that's why the legal part of it becomes important. And we should use those two people who understand at least these two aspects of these social media systems to be able to define local problems, define local guidelines, and define local rules. So again, the imperative in all of this is that we have to promote interdisciplinary research to address local issues, and it also has to permeate a larger group of institutions so that thinking along these lines becomes more of an endemic and sort of inherent in the nature, rather than just sort of make it a niche area for a small number of people. So that's my take on technology for disaster management. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice words, like how the role could be there from the industry in the private sector and the social media and the IT. So looking into the time, we are skipping the question and answer session, and I'm inviting Mr. Akanksha to ask for the chairman's closing remarks. Akanksha, please.
Thank you, Professor Jain. I would like to thank all the experts on the panel for sharing their views and enlightening the participants with the diversity of perspectives. Now I would like to invite our chairperson, Shri Nirankar Saxena ji, for delivering the closing remarks.
Thank you, Akanksha. On behalf of Mr. Nirankar Saxena, present the closing remarks for this very intriguing and very informative session. I hope that's fine. Professor Gupta, if you allow, if you permit.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please, thank you. Thank you. As it was very explicitly mentioned during the opening remarks by the chairman, Mr. Saxena, and subsequently by all eminent speakers and resource persons. I think the importance of academia and industry collaborating, industry and perhaps 250,000 odd industries as our members, and on behalf of even our non-members of FICCI, I think industries have never been so prepared and so excited of collaborating with the academia, with government bodies and agencies on various aspects of the economy, where social development is definitely one, and disaster risk reduction has really come to the forefront in past 5 to 6 years. And we mentioned about a lot of thoughts which were discussed by Dr. Dixit, Dr. Manju Mohan as well, echoed many thoughts which were shared yesterday by our eminent dignitaries, especially some points, the 5 points which were mentioned by Mr. Kamal Kishore, member NDMA yesterday. Having a very precise problem statement is very important to deal with, to get and to source solutions for those problems. I think defining that's the defining stage for any innovation challenge, what we've been talking about. Not necessarily state funded. What Mr. Nirankar also mentioned, and all other speakers also echoed. The R&D in the area of especially DRR need not be state funded. I think state has been spending a lot of money. The federal government has been spending a lot of money. Private sector needs to step up. And as I said, they've never been so prepared and so willing to do this. In fact, I don't know if it's premature, but I'm very excited and happy to share with the audience present today that FICCI will soon be launching a DRR Innovation Challenge, which would touch aspects of not the COVID per se, but pandemic in general. And we are in touch with some international partners and government agencies in India. And very soon we'll be launching that. So something what was being talked about today, we are already working on those lines. What Dr. Raghu Babu also mentioned, the 4-point agenda, we've been very fortunate because we work in the area of chemical and industrial disaster management, the CIDM board at FICCI, which has been working for past 12 years, building capacities amongst industries. And what Dr. Raghu Babu reflected, very critical aspects for effective DRM in industries, the disaster management plans, common infrastructure and facilities, especially in chemical zones in the country. We've all seen in the news what started with the Vizag chemical leak on 7th of May to where we are today. Serious industrial accidents which happened because of I would say, lack of right technology. Yes, there were certain lapses at the manual level also, but better technologies and better technological intervention would have definitely saved those incidents. Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Manjunath also talking about importance of academia and technology. I think it's been a great opportunity. And I think I on behalf of Mr. Nirankar Saxena and FICCI, I would like to thank all the speakers of this session for their very informative and thoughtful inputs and the deliberations. I would go on and also present the vote of thanks for this session, especially to Professor Gupta and his team at NIDM, Ashish, Dr. Barwal, Shweta Bhardwaj, the team at FICCI, and all the organizers, all the partners of this conference. I mean, I would like to congratulate all of them for a very effective, conference, and I must thank you for this opportunity. Thank you again. Jai Hind.
Thank you. I take the opportunity to thank the chairperson, all the speakers and the facilitators of this session, one in all. And then right away, I will move to the next session, which is session 105, the role of disruptive technology. And would invite the chairpersons, Dr. Sanjeev Vaashne, who is the advisor and head of International and Bilateral Cooperation, Department of Science and Technology, and Professor Santosh Kumar, who is the former executive director of NIDM and former director of the SARC Disaster Management Center and head of Governance and Inclusive DRR Division of NIDM. Both are the chairpersons of this session, and the facilitators of the session are Dr. Manish Goyal, who is Associate Professor with IIT Indore, and Professor P.K. Joshi, who is the Chairperson of the School for Special Center for Disaster Resilience at JNU. So over to Professor Joshi to take the proceedings of the session, please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all of you to a special panel discussion on role of disruptive technology. This is one of the most extraordinary, important topics given the times we are living in. Thus, it has gained considerable among wide range of stakeholders for climate change and disaster risk reduction for sustainable solutions. In the interest of time, I would like to request the chairperson of the session, Dr. Sanjeev Vaishnaji, who is advisor and head International Bilateral Cooperation, DST Government of India, to kindly deliver his remarks. Over to you, Dr. Sanjeev Vaishnaji.
Thank you, Ji, Dr. Joshi Ji, Professor Anil Gupta Ji, all my fellow colleagues, Dr. Santosh Kumar Ji, Dr. Rajiv Jain Ji, Dr. Payal Arora. Very good afternoon to you. It has been very interesting sessions we have been witnessing, and one of our speakers, Dr. Manjunath, has to speak in previous session because he has to have some other classes, some other engagements. Our session is on disruptive technology in climate action, and as you know, that technological advancement and innovation have created new opportunities for enhancing disaster resiliency and risk reduction. So development in these disruptive technologies described by Dr. Manjunath also, such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, and the innovation in such areas like robotics, drone technology. So they are transforming into many fields, including disaster risk reduction and management. Rapid spread of supporting digital infrastructure devices such as wireless, broadband networks, smartphones, cloud computing has created foundation for application of disruptive technology for disaster management. And here we can take one example of Cyclone Philae, Odisha, which is one of the successful examples of timely forecasting and saving millions of lives. So that is very important, and this is one of the recent examples which we have seen, and I'm sure that more such examples could be replicated. And I'm very happy that we have got a very good panel which will discuss various aspects of different technology, be it artificial intelligence or big data analysis, digital technologies, smart mobility or mobile microfinancing, development of sustainable smart cities. So we shall be having discussions on all these topics, and I'm looking forward for an exciting panel discussions forward. Joshi ji, please.
Thank you very much. Now may I request Dr. Santosh Kumar to give his opening remarks, please.
Everyone, Dr. Varshney and the distinguished panelists here and delegates who are attending this. I'm indeed grateful to the organizers who have given me this opportunity for sharing a couple of points. The time is very limited, so I would not stress upon the definition and other things. But what we are saying, had it not been there, disruptive technology, probably we would not have been discussing on web-based discussion. So from here, I can take the beginning. What is my concern? My concern is the vulnerability. My concern is the impact of disasters. In the previous panel, it was being highlighted that large number of people are getting affected. In India, the volumes are too big. So when you see this only 1 year's disaster data, and you will find this volumes of people, millions of people are getting affected. They were into a different mode, and they were getting affected as a pocketed, like if in anything happening in Bengal people used to get affected. So in Bihar, there is a flood, only Bihar people are getting affected. But now in the COVID-19, which has changed the whole scenario of the vulnerability, whole scenario of risk assessment, and whole scenario of the way we actually work together. So this is entirely differently defined in the time of COVID-19. So disruptive technology has been a kind of a boon for this kind of challenges where we are today. So how this could be capitalized in the terms of disaster risk? As a kind of, in the morning session, we were discussing about the cascading disasters. So the cascading disasters, we are saying that the main source of disaster is creating lesser impact than the follow-up disaster. That is, if anything happening with the floods, but the floods is creating lesser impact than the landslide followed by that. So how that could be taken up, and this disruptive technology can actually help in identifying this entire risk. And I will qualify so that for the better understanding of everyone, that disruptive technology requires an understanding risk better. Number one is, like when we are talking about how interesting and thing with the risk is when we talk about environmental drivers, and what are those environmental drivers which are actually building risk, and where this technology can actually help in assessing those. Number one is this. Then we talk about the interconnected risk, that we said that about the cascading and all, that what is this interdependency of one technology to the other. So if we are mapping and then we are going for the modeling, or if the data is there, then we are going for different kind of models to be combined together and simulated in a different scenario. So that is, and how these partnerships can be built for bringing these technology together, whether internationally or at the global level. The third thing which I will talk about is the compounded risk. And that compounded risk in terms of the what we say successive extreme events, which every time we referred since yesterday in this particular workshop, with how this to be taken up when we talk about this disruptive technology. So we are talking about in this context, all four: cascading, interacting, interconnected, and compounded this together, and where this environment, global interdependency, disruption, and this successive extreme events which is happening. If you combine together holistically, along with the public health, and then we see that how disruptive technology is going to be as a kind of a solution to this as a kind of a value addition. And this could help also in bringing, I would request and urge to all the panelists to focus also on how this could help in establishing transparency. Everybody is talking about that. How this could help in establishing accountability when we are talking about risk management and making ex ante investment in risk reduction. Third, which we are talking about in this, with how that corporate engagement in the private sector, which they have the technology with themselves and help people in solving and resolving their problems. And last but not the least, in taking the agenda of entire building resilience with in the context of SDG, CCA, and also that Sendai framework. So all four inclusive, which I have shared, maybe this could be a kind of a for disruptive technology. If they can help the market, why not they can help in the kind of risk management? If they can help in marketing, why not it can help in people's welfare? So that is what I wanted to end with this. And thank you very much, Professor Gupta, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh Kumar. Now I request Dr. Manish Goyal to take the session forward. Over to you, Dr. Goyal.
Thank you, Professor Joshi, for handling the session very well. And I would like to thank Dr. Sanjeev Barsneji for the chairman of the session, and Professor Santosh Kumar for the inaugural remarks. I think disaster technologies that we are talking can spread critical information related to disaster very fast, and it can improve our understanding, especially in terms of early warning systems. It can assess the damage, how it has happened, but there are few challenges and opportunities, and especially future research needs are required in this disruption technologies in order to assess and manage the climate risk management. So therefore, we have four speakers in the session. Professor Manjunath Bajbiji, so he has already spoken in the last session. We have a Dr. Shirish, we have a Professor Rajiv, we have Professor Anil K. Gupta, and we have a Professor Payal Arora. So first of all, I will invite Dr. Shirish, who is works at United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in Vienna, Austria. So Dr. Shirish, please.
Okay, just making sure, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, please.
Okay, good. Thank you, Professor Goel, and thank you, Professor Joshi, for facilitating. And also thanks organizer and chairs and co-chair who has set the tone for this particular webinar. I think as selected, that has been, I think my video is not on. You are seeing my video, I hope. It's on from my side. So I feel this topic is very apt because when as a representative of United Nations for Office for Outer Space Affairs or UN Spider program, when I go from countries to countries, what I see is it's not know-how of the technology or expertise in that country which really matters. What matters most is the exactly what is mentioned in the title of this webinar: Science, Technology, Research, Policy, Practice, Interface. So policy and coordination are the top things that I observe that are the hindrance for really using technology effectively in disaster management and emergency response. So I really like this topic. So I, in that context, few points to raise here for discussion. Let's start with Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Why I am mentioning this here? Everyone knows Sendai framework. From 2015 to 2030, every country has to really align to the Sendai framework and achieve the global targets. That framework mentions something about evidence-based information. If you go through the priorities of Sendai framework, and evidence-based information only through the technology. And most probably, Earth observation technology gives the kind of archives of the area, past information, current information, and near future information you can procure. And each and every data that is collected through the space technologies, Earth observation, is evidence-based information. So Sendai framework has strongly advocated that particular evidence-based information, and that shows that how technology has been valued. Now, mentioning this in Sendai, actually we had when the consultation was going on, UN OSA along with several countries, we made a voice for incorporating the text related to space in Sendai framework, and we got good support, and finally we see good mention of space technologies and in general technology in the Sendai framework. Now that helps the countries because not all the countries I take here example of Nepal. It is not really as of now not space savvy country or not the space country, but they want to go into it. But when they read the Sendai framework and then when they were making their disaster risk reduction strategy, which was valid basically until 2030, they incorporated all sorts of technology, including Earth observation, geospatial technologies, open source data, cloud technologies, all that is mentioned in their policy, and they point it to the Sendai framework. That because Sendai framework has it, they could get easily those wordings in their policy, and that policy or that strategy will now drive the disaster risk reduction actions for next 15 years in Nepal. So this is what this frameworks, international framework, help the developing countries to have their strategy in right direction, so that science and technology is really considered as a part of strategy. And that's where I would again point out that having research policy that is being achieved because of this particular thing. And every country has to basically have the right disaster risk reduction strategy, that is called target E of the Sendai framework, in a place by end of 2020, and most countries are already complying. And I'm happy to see that several countries are incorporating the text related to use of science technology, including space technologies. In the process, A program called United Nations Platform for Space-Based Information for Disaster Management and Emergency Response is going from countries to country, offering the technical advisory services and missions to help countries to incorporate those technologies in their work. Second part of this particular session is also about climate change and its extremes, which is a really very serious concern, and because of that disasters are already aggravated that we have all experienced that. So Paris Agreement is something that is very important for us, and when we look at 54 essential climate variables that are currently defined, which are really important for monitoring the climate change or climate extremes and build the resilience related to climate change. Out of those 54 essential climate variables, 30 essential climate variables rely on satellite-based observations. So here also space technology has a huge contribution in order to mitigate the climate change impacts. Then it comes to capacity building, that why we need to really have often continuous capacity building, because space technology very fast. Recently, everyone knows that in India, the space technology foray has been open for private players now, and worldwide also private players are contributing a lot. So we are seeing small satellite constellations are coming in a big way, and when data is coming in a big volume, what you need is a big data, cloud computing or machine learning, faster pre-processing of the data so that ready to use satellite images data is offered, or auto extraction of the features like floods or earthquake damages, or even the building footprint extraction. So everything needs to be done automatically, and this is where technology changing every day and continuous capacity building is also required. So when you see that you have to really have a role of disruptive technologies in disaster risk reduction, it's not just technologies that are disruptive generically, but we have to make them disruptive by offering continuous capacity and also by intervening policies and strategies in the country. My last point is about what disaster risk reduction support these technologies can have and how it contributes to Sendai framework. Is multi-hazard risk assessment has been identified as global target in the framework. So multi-hazard is evidence-based data collected through Earth observation and location-based technologies, which are space technologies that give all evidence-based information of past, I would say 50 years of archives, and also ability to get current data. So with that, I think DRR support can be very well offered by these technologies. In terms of emergencies, even if countries have the access to space technology or not, I mean their own space program or not, it doesn't matter. The mechanisms like International Charter, Copernicus Emergency Management Systems, or Sentinel Asia, all these mechanisms are available at the service of all the countries. So even if country doesn't have its own space program, I think such support from the technologies can be offered, and every country can take advantage of this particular technology. And I think several keynote speakers also talked about application like Arogya Setu. So this is where I'm trying to mention about integrated solutions that involves location, mobile technologies, and community data. So more and more these technology get integrated with the mobile technologies. I think we can ensure participation of individual, community, and societies in collecting the right data, and then challenges like having continuous capacity that can be taken care. And also what we need is kind of standard operating procedure in each disaster management authority on how science and technology, all these disruptive technologies can be utilized very well, not only during the emergencies, but on a regular basis, so that these technologies will really act as a disruptive technologies. I think I will leave at this, and if there is any question, I will come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sirish. I think spatial technologies, 5G wireless network systems, or I say next generation Internet of the Things, big data analytics, they are the future key enablers for effective disaster management. So thank you, Dr. Sirish. Now I will invite Professor Rajiv Jain, Pro Vice Chancellor, Puducherry University, for his remarks. Yeah, please, sir. You can have for 3 to 5 minutes, sir. You can speak on disruption technologies.
Thank you, Dr. Goel. Dr. Doshi, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
Okay. My thanks are due to the organizers, particularly Professor Anil Gupta, for giving me an opportunity for listening the very important lectures delivered in this webinar on the role of disruptive technology in reference to disaster risk management. Actually, disruptive innovations has proved to be a powerful way of thinking about innovation-driven growth. Technology disruption by inventing an entirely new way of getting something done. A disruptive technology supersedes an older process, product, or habit. Disruptive technologies are difficult because they appear or they differ, they may deviate in one way or the other. While in some disaster, how to mitigate, how to manage disaster, these disruptive technologies play an important role. If I go, which is my field, chemical sensors, if we develop some type of sensors which can be used, which can be activated immediately after disaster. It may be an industrial disaster, it may be a climatic disaster, it may be of any type of disaster. If some sensors are there, they may identify on that point what were the different types of gases produced, what were the intermediates that were produced, what were the changes which animals and plants observed at that time, what were the changes which occurred in the plants' chemicals at that time. If all that can be procured, all that can be preserved, that will be a very important thing for mitigating the or for reducing the disaster management. Blockchain technology has enormous implications in this thing. Blockchain technology, how to block the chains, how to develop different types of products. Disruption describes a process whereby a smaller molecule, larger molecule with fewer resources is able to successfully challenge established incumbent procedures. We have different types of procedures for identifying what product was found at that time. For example, if I take Bhopal industrial disaster that occurs at that time, so we have to discuss, we have to deliberate for number of years what product actually found, what intermediates actually found. If we could have different types of sensors, sensitive chemical sensors placed at different parts of the industry, then we could have easily managed to find out what type of intermediates formed. Even intermediates whose life is in fraction of seconds, that could have been detected. But at that time, it was not possible. So if we put different types of sensors which are now available or may be made available at the time of disasters which may be activated, what type of disaster may be, it may be tsunami, it may be earthquake or any different industrial disaster, these chemicals may be successfully employed. So I emphasize on the in the line of other speakers which I have spoken here, learned speakers, but I may emphasize here for the development of chemical sensors which can be used at the time of any type of disaster. So by these words, I again grateful to the organizers, particularly Professor Anil Gupta, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to have to listen to the learned speakers here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jain. I think current limitations of state-of-art approach in the disaster management and prediction, they only could be addressed by, as you said, unorthodox risk management strategies. So thank you very much, Professor Jain. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker, Professor Anil K. Gupta, Department of Geology and Geophysics, IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Gupta, please. Professor Anil K. Gupta, please.
He was here only.
Sir, उनका दिख तो रहा है.
You can move to other speaker. I will call him on.
Okay, yeah. So next speaker we have Professor Payal Arora, Chair Technology and Values, Erasmus University, Rotterdam. Professor Payal Arora, please.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Okay, so thank you again to the hosts as well as the panelists. I really appreciate listening to these conversations, and I'm very much in sync with the suggestions. But, I come from a different background. I'm a digital anthropologist. And so I've been looking at the impact of AI from a more humane level. And so a couple of thoughts here to add to this panel is that when we speak about disruptive technology, I am cautious about the term disruption because new technologies have a legacy of putting technology at the center. And the term of disruption, particularly alongside disaster management and risk, is often absorbed by the marginalized majority, which happens to be the poor people. And this is a substantive, we're talking about majority of the world's population at the front lines of climate change. And they take on and absorb disproportionately more risk than, say, you and I, right? And then you compound that with the kind of impact it has if you have poor quality data based on less access in terms of gathering the kinds of experiences they have at the front line. So, if you look at the legacy of Facebook, right, where Facebook had this move fast and break things as a sort of a mantra, which really sort of re-energized Silicon Valley to move forward in terms of the culture of technologies. Very quickly, we have seen the disruption of democracy, the questioning of knowledge, public knowledge, institutions, controlling of the political processes. And so maybe we need to rethink and replace the term disruptive technology with that of humane technologies, because then it'll keep us reminding ourselves that it is about the human dimension. When we talk about data, it's really about social communication between people and of people. And the impact is still on the people, right? So shifting to that is, we build on this notion of innovation, right? And there's a lot of emphasis that we need more innovation, more novelty. But actually, when you look closely, actually, it's not about these grand designs. What we are looking for is not just technological innovation, because today innovation has become a proxy for technological novelty. But actually, what is very essential, as many of the speakers already have pointed out, including in the previous panel, is about institutional governance. So a lot of novelty is actually really looking out there because we have a global system of very different forms of governance, whether it's happening in Germany, it's happening even in Africa or Brazil. And we need to look closely and see if we can borrow good ideas that are already being implemented in practice. Because I think we fall in love with innovation and novelty, and then thereby we reinvent the wheel, because oftentimes it is happening elsewhere. So I would like to emphasize institutional reform and innovation just as much as novelty of technology. So this goes to another aspect is about, as I've been immersed in these conversations about AI and data governance, and how it can enable and sort of optimize our resources particularly, right? And that's particularly for countries that are very resource constrained, especially during COVID times. It's all about how do you optimize it. And one of the things, of course, is the approach simultaneously is about the nationalization of data. And I can understand the concerns, deep concerns of the sort of neo-imperialism of who is owning our data. We need to nationalize these because it becomes a sort of security risk, right? But I think the conversation is disproportionately on ownership of data, which in reality doesn't quite work in those ways, because then it becomes hyper protectionist and it becomes sort of a national-oriented innovation, which in these global terms, as even the prior speakers have spoken in the past panel, it is essential. We are facing global problems where the humanity at large have to come together, not only in resolving these solutions, but thinking in a sort of cooperative way and not necessarily a competitive way. So we really need to shift from data ownership to data governance. And that's a very different kind of conversation. And the nuance, I cannot emphasize, is extraordinarily important, because when we speak about data governance, then we will start asking a better and the right kind of questions. And the last aspect is, I wrote a book on the next billion users, and it is about, roped from a decade of ethnographic work on how people use digital technologies. And this data, which is basically the next billion users, which is majority of the world's population, is the fuel for AI, right? And so it is really essential. If we want AI technologies to be designed for the right problems, designed in a way which is sustainable and resilient, we need to ensure we're getting quality data. And what is happening right now is we have actually a data deficit on the populations that we're often trying to cater to. So there's a lot of talk right now about data glut, and that's a very Western construct, because yes, there's a lot of data glut on certain kinds of consumers who are so used to being harvested, right, for the data. Whereas when we look at, say, whether you're looking at the slums or favelas, there's a lot of data deficit or actually incomplete data, which can actually be fed into the systems and create the best kind of wrong products, if you see what I mean. So last but not least is when we speak about risk management, we really need to understand that a lot of, as I mentioned, the risk is absorbed by the people who cannot afford to take risk, right? Which is often in the lowest segments of the population. So we need to design a humane redressal system, which is basically speedy ways in which people can say if there is a certain injustice, if the technology is not working for them, or if it is amplifying the inequalities or amplifying their situations contrary to the intent, there needs to be a redressal system. And we need to build it into it for the system to become a humane and workable system for all, actually. So I will stop here, and I will hand the floor back to my wonderful host. And thank you again for allowing me to be part of this conversation.
Thank you very much, Professor Arora. I think you rightly mentioned, instead of data ownership, we should talk about data governance, and we should talk about institutional governance, reform, and innovations. Thank you so much, Professor Payal Arora. Thank you so much. I think with this, we will conclude the session, because Professor Anil K. Gupta from IIT Kharagpur has already left for a meeting. So now I will hand over the session to Chairperson Dr. Sanjeev Barsne for his concluding remarks.
Thank you, Manishi. It was a short and very interactive session. Of course, we had lost two speakers, one to the earlier session and one who missed it because of some other engagement. So, but nevertheless, all of us talk about the emerging technology, role of emerging technology. I think that is acceptable to Dr. Payal to use the word disruptive technology, but role of emerging technology in reaching to the masses. That is the crux, because the information flow should be in a way that we are reaching to each and every person in that geographical area. And if we could provide him some good time to come out of a possible disaster, that would be wonderful. So all of us, with the use of different technology, be it satellite technology, be it IoT, artificial intelligence, discussed various parameters how we can reach and help the masses in minimizing the risk to the core, and very healthy discussions. Thank you very much. I greatly enjoyed short company, but it was wonderful. We enjoyed the discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Manish. It's back to you.
Thank you, Chair of the session, and all the panelists, all the expert panelists of the session. On behalf of the organizing team, I extend sincere thanks to you all and to the facilitators, Professor Joshi and Professor Manish Goyal. It has been a very important session, though we had to convene this session under the pressure of limited time, but certainly we will be coming back to all the panelists again in the follow-up, because this 3 days deliberation is not going to end with a conference only. We have a strategic framework, and certainly we will be reaching out to each and every panelist and every expert who are associated with the sessions. So now straight away, after extending thanks to all, we will be moving to the special policy panel 106, that is climate resilience and disaster safe development, which is to be chaired by Dr. Neeraj Sinha, Advisor of Science and Technology, Niti Aayog, Government of India, and Professor Harshad P. Thakur, Director of National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. So I welcome both the chairpersons on the board, and the facilitator of the session is Professor Sunil Nautiyal. He is head of professor and head of the Ecological Economics Division of Institute of Social and Environment Change, Bangalore. The panelists of this session are Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi, who is the Director of Climate Change in GIZ Germany, India office. Dr. Simon Allen, who is a scientist with Institute of Environmental Sciences, University of Geneva. Professor Nirupama Agrawal, who is a professor with the York University, Toronto. She teaches the Disaster Management and Emergency Management Program. And Dr. Reinhard Meckler, Program Director of Risk and Resilience of IASA, Austria. And Dr. Divya Sharma, who is the Executive Director of the Climate Group. So I welcome you all on board, and over to you, Professor Sunil Nautiyal, for taking the proceedings forward. You are muted, Sunil Nautiyal ji. Please unmute. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. At the very outset, I would like to give my sincere thanks to the organizers, Professor Gupta and team, for giving me this opportunity to be associated with this very important contemporary international conference. I'm truly privileged to be here today. I'm Sunil Nautiyal, working at the Institute and deeply working on the issues related to impact of climate change on household sustainability in rural landscapes of India. And therefore, this session is very close to my heart. We are truly privileged to have with us the distinguished chairpersons of the session, Dr. Neeraj Sinha and Dr. Professor Harshad Thakur. Without spending much time on distinguished scholars, because they are very well known in their own respective fields, I begin with the session with an invitation to our chairperson, Dr. Neeraj Gupta, Advisor, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog, Government of India, for your initial remarks, sir. Please, I welcome you, sir. Please, we are Dr. Neeraj Sinha.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Nautiyal, and thank you for the very nicely done introductory remarks to this session on climate resilience and disaster risk development. Well, I am currently in the science and technology vertical of the Niti Aayog, but I had spent a considerable period of time in the office of the principal scientific advisor to the Government of India. That was during the period 2001 to 2019, January, almost 18 years almost. And when I was there, the PSA's office, as we call it, was deeply involved in preparing the National Action Plan on Climate Change. Now, since we are talking of the subject, I thought I'll take all the panelists and the co-chairperson and, of course, the organizers, which is the NIDM, a little back in time. And at that time, the then Prime Minister had tasked the late Dr. The Director General of TERI and Dr. R. Chidambaram, the then Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India,
and the then Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. It used to be called the Ministry of Environment and Forest at that point of time, to jointly prepare the National Action Plan on Climate Change. And that was very nicely done by the three of them, of course with support from their back-end officers. I supported Dr. Chalman to the extent possible. Now that action plan had identified 8 national missions, and the subject of this session is broadly covered in all those 8 national missions. I'm sure the audience would already know this, but I'll just name those missions here for the benefit of people who might not be aware. The first was the National Solar Mission, which is now being implemented by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy in a big way. Not now, it has been done. I mean, they have been doing it for the past almost a decade now. And then there was a National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, which was being done by the Ministry of Power, and under the Ministry of Power by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We all know about the star ratings that are given on our electrical appliances. And then the National Mission on Sustainable Habitat. Then there was the National Water Mission. And then the National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem. This was being led by the Department of Science and Technology. And the PS's office had done a report along with the TIFAC on the receding of the Himalayan glaciers, which was a part of this national mission. And then the National Mission on Green India being done by the Ministry of Environment and Forests. The National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture being done by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And of course, the National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change, again being done by the DST. So, I mean, a lot of good work has happened in this subject in the past 12 years. And obviously, the underlying ethos of all these 8 missions is science and technology. And for the information of the panelists and the NIDM and the co-chairman present here, there was a 9th mission that was informally added to this list, which was called the National Mission on Clean Coal Carbon Technologies. And that was led by the PS's office, although I will not take much time in describing it, but there is an advanced ultra-supercritical technology for thermal power generation using the coal which is available in India to generate power at an overall thermal efficiency of 46%. And we know that the current supercritical plants or even ultra supercritical plants generate power at approximately 42%. So there is a quantum jump from 42 to 46%. And the PS's office, along with the NTPC, the VHEL, and the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, are developing this technology. And very shortly, there will be a formal project, hopefully in the next 6 months, on the setting up of a 800 megawatt electrical thermal power plant based on the advanced ultra supercritical technology in a place called Sipat in Chhattisgarh. Sipat is a venue where a NTPC supercritical power plant is already functioning. So this will be added there. So all these measures that I've just said are looking at disaster safe development, and they're looking at climate resilience as well. And therefore I thought I'll just do a little recap. And of course in the NITI Aayog, there is a different vertical that handles environment related issues. It is called the Natural Resources and Environment vertical, but it doesn't have a vertical head right now. So probably I could represent that vertical as well. So with these words, I'll again extend a very warm welcome on my personal behalf to the panelists in this panel. And I think I should pass on the floor to Dr. Thakur for remarks from his side now. Thank you.
Now we invite Professor Harsat Thakur for initial remarks, please, sir, from your side.
Institute of Disaster Management, NIDM, for inviting me here as chairperson. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is very encouraging, and I felt very honored to take part in this important conference. And as the title of this session is Climate Resilience and Disaster Safe Development. And I am basically from health background. I am from medical background. So I have worked in hospital, I have worked in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and now I am in National Institute of Health and Family Welfare. And currently we are facing disaster, that is a corona pandemic. So Corona pandemic is nothing but disaster, and it is it occurred suddenly. So everyone was taken by surprise, and we have seen that there are two effects of this disaster. One, there was positive effect on the environment. We saw that air quality improved, water quality improved, our rivers were quite fresh, and all that things. But there were negative effects also. We saw a lot of unemployment, lot of migration, lot of suffering for middle and poor classes. And then the response was also mixed because we were not prepared for it. Not only India, but even the developed countries, they were not properly prepared for it. So it is important that we try to predict and foresee what are the possible man-made or environmental disasters and be prepared for it. And this example, Corona pandemic, has shown us that it can come from anywhere. So it is not necessarily health; it can be anything else also. So the sustainable development is quite important, and also we need to see that this environment and health both are multidisciplinary fields. So we have to work hand in hand with other fields. There is no need to be totally independent, but we have to be interdependent. And there are a lot of scientific progress going on, a lot of new innovations going on. So I think in today's sessions, we are trying to see how these new innovations, new research technologies, how we can take it to the ground level. So we have to see that they go to first policy level, and then to the program level, and then they are properly implemented. And then we see that they are properly monitored and evaluated, and then see that whether they can be further improved upon. And then if we are able to develop a good role model, it can be replicated elsewhere. So I think in today's session, we'll see 4 to 5 speakers. So they will talk about some new experiences. So I look forward towards them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both the chairpersons, our distinguished scholar of the day. And sir, before I invite our distinguished panelist, I would like to briefly say a few points here. Dr. Neeraj Sinha, sir, your contribution in preparing the climate action plan for our country is well received, and 8 missions which are described there are really making a kind of foundation for us to work on the climate risk resilience and climate safe, disaster safe development. You have rightly pointed out about the clean coal carbon energy technology, and many of the scholars, even from our group, is also actively working on this area of research. A very ambitious plan is there that was hidden in the previous action plan, but that was reflected little later on, as you rightly pointed out. Thank you so very much, sir. And yes, Professor Harshat Thakur, sir, yes, your point with regard to the disaster, and that is driven due to the COVID-19, and you have pointed out that there are some environmental benefit, environmental quality got improved, but you also rightly pointed out that transaction cost of the better environmental quality that is emerged due to the COVID-19 is very, very high. And the challenge is how to deal with such kind of unprecedented disaster in future. Definitely, this is a serious thought for all of us to discuss it further in days to come. Thank you so very much, our chairpersons. Now I invite our panelist for this session, Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi, Director, Climate Change, GIZ Germany, India Office. So I welcome you, and your thesis was on influence activities of climate thesis explored the role of influence activities on democratic policy making processes, available also in the library of our institute. So I welcome you, and at present our institute is closely working with GIZ India Office on household carbon footprint. Welcome you, sir, and we look forward to listen to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nautiyal. Many thanks to NIDM for inviting me, and I'm delighted to be in the company of my panelists, some of whom I know very well. I don't still very delighted to be a part of this panel. I'd like to start by sort of acknowledging the work that we've actually been doing for several years jointly with NIDM, the National Institute of Disaster Management. Dr. Anil Gupta and I go back a long way. We've actually been working on issues related to the synergies between the DRR and the climate change adaptation agenda for over a decade now. And it's good that Mr. Sinha already recounted the history of climate policy in this country. Some of us who've been working on the climate agenda in this India have actually been closely aligned to these sort of activities. GIZ, as some of you might know, is already working with on the sort of national missions for several years in partnership with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and has been involved in developing the state action plans on climate change for more than 18 federal states. I think the key point that I would like to make, given the sort of, the wealth of knowledge in this panel and the limited time allotted to each one of us, I'd like to focus on 3 or 4 key points. The first one is that sort of a large part of the discussion on bringing these different agendas together, the DRR agenda and the Sendai framework, as well as the Paris Agreement, is about institutional innovation. This is partly touched upon in the previous sort of panel as well, which just concluded. But it's also about thinking about radical sort of departures in terms of institutional arrangements, as well as how we think about vulnerability assessments and of different communities as well as countries at different scales, right? So one of the key framings that is kind of something that we introduced jointly with NIDM as well as with the University of Geneva and EASA, and I'm glad that both are represented on this panel, was this idea of doing a climate risk management framework. So this climate risk management framework was developed to act as an interface between science and policy and provide guidance for informed decision making, as well as develop strategic adaptive actions. Now, sort of what recommendations emerged from this entire process, I would like to highlight 4 of those key recommendations. The first one is that we need to develop a much more robust understanding of climate and disaster risks, which is based on both forward as well as backward looking risk assessments. So a large part of the risk assessments that have been developed in the sort of in the traditional literature have been, of course, very much based on sort of looking at historical trends. Now, climate is, of course, by its very nature, a forward-looking agenda and a sort of a forward-looking challenge. And there is now emerging sort of climate information which can allow us to be much more informed when we think about risk assessments. And so, for instance, significant natural disasters could have major repercussions on future development trajectories. And we're going through one such disaster right now. And similarly, unexpected changes in political, institutional, or economic context would have large implications for vulnerability and exposure. So therefore, comprehensive risk assessment, which is supported with cutting-edge digital tools, would go a long way in making clear localized projects and impact assessment, which will in turn help in devising appropriate solutions for the ground. So I think this is one critical aspect, this entire idea of looking at robust climate and disaster risk assessments, which are based both on forward-looking, which include the forward-looking information and climate information in climate science. So that's my first point. My second point is that we need to actually not only think about science as sort of a domain of scientific experts who are sitting around in sort of webinars like these, but also incorporate the local knowledge and expertise of communities which are going through these challenges as we talk about them. So there is enough and more local knowledge, and therefore all these risks assessments that we're talking about need to incorporate a significant amount of indigenous knowledge to develop need-based DRR and disaster risk reduction and climate change actions. This is a fairly well-developed and well-recognized body of literature in both disaster risk reduction as well as climate change adaptation. But when we actually start thinking about science as the domain of experts, as well as sort of those who've done their doctorates in one sort of university or the other, we actually tend to miss out on the incredible amount of knowledge which comes out from practice, which comes out from experience, which comes out from the local knowledge of these communities. And I think we need to combine local knowledge with scientific data to develop a solid foundation for identification of practical strategies that facilitate climate change adaptation as well as mitigate disaster risk. My third point is about dealing with residual risks. So when we actually start thinking about climate risk assessments, this residual risk category is sort of a fairly strong pillar of negotiation in the Paris Agreement. So it's referred to as the debate on loss and damage. Now, this is something which is fairly mainstream in the disaster risk sort of discussions, disaster risk community. But for the climate community, this is a fairly fraught discussion. It's politically very charged, and especially in the context of international negotiations. But when it comes to dealing with these residual risks at the local level, this doesn't need to be a political discussion, because it is addressing the lives and livelihoods of communities who are currently being affected by the residual risks, which lead to loss and damage due to climate change. And what it requires is development of innovative risk transfer mechanisms that could evolve from the inventory of insurance models, of course, but also test of practicable sort of insurance, innovations in insurance, which are not necessarily sort of the traditional models of insurance, but innovations in insurance which bring social protection together with insurance sort of instruments. And I think this is something which is well worth sort of discussing in the future. My final point is about how do you deal with recovery, and this is let's see, even talk about the recovery from the pandemic that we're going through right now, and address green concerns, which don't necessarily are not necessarily limited only to climate adaptation or DRR, but also to sort of a greener economy, a much more sort of less emission intensive economy. So of course, there's a lot of guidance and discussion which is happening on the green recovery. The European Union is actually leading the charge on the green recovery. They've actually a very ambitious green recovery package. And I think what we need to do is systematically have an overview on what are possibilities of green recovery from a disaster. So we take the recovery from a disaster as an opportunity to sort of build back better, of course, but to also look at interlinkages between climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and mainstreaming climate risk into the overall developmental planning and recovery. So without sort of further ado, I will actually now hope this is enough input and a sort of a presentation today, and look forward to listening to the rest of our panelists, co-panelists.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Sir Ashish Chaturvedi, for your very thought-provoking ideas. And I will not summarize the session. Session will be summarized by our chairperson, Dr. Neeraj Sinha, and Professor Harsha Thakur at the end, where they'll be highlighting the gist of your lecture today. So without spending much time, I will invite Dr. Simon Allen, scientist at Institute for Environmental Science, University of Geneva. And good to see here that Dr. Simon has been working in Indian Himalayan region. Dr. Simon, I am from Himalaya. My hometown is in Himalaya, and I did work in Himalayan region for about more than 2 decades. Welcome you, and we look forward to your viewpoints on this. Please, and you may take 4 to 5 minutes to give your viewpoint on this important topic. Welcome, Dr. Simon.
Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon to all the panel and the people listening. It's really a great honor to be invited as part of this interesting conference. I've been working, as you just said, mainly in the Himalayan region, so I will give four key kind of learnings I've taken out of the recent projects I've been involved with both the GIZ and also with SDC. So one of the first points I had actually was really building on what we've just heard, the idea of doing risk assessments as a basis for planning that really are forward-looking. So forward-looking risk assessments. And the key point I want to make there is the importance of considering what we would consider as the surprises. So these are the potentially very high impact but low likelihood hazards that could happen in the future. Typically, with our methodologies we have been using, we're not very good at considering those type of natural hazards. And there's a lot of uncertainty, so there's a lot of challenges in how you communicate that uncertainty around these kind of things. Why it's important, particularly in the Himalayan context, to think of these surprises in the future is because we know the glaciers have heavily melted. They've got to a point now where the past is no longer a key to the future. So traditionally with hazard assessment, we look at what's happened in the past and we use that as a basis for the future. But in the glacial context, particularly, this may no longer be valid. And I give the example of glacial lake outburst floods. It's something I work lots on in the Himalayan region. What we're able to do now, or what we're starting to do now with risk assessment for glacial lake outburst floods, is considering not only the glacial lakes that we see now, but also using modeling and considering where future lakes may form in the future. And there's a lot of uncertainty around if those lakes are actually going to form. But if we can show that, for example, you're building a hydropower station, which may not face any risk at the moment from a glacial lake outburst flood, but could in 50 or 100 years face a significant risk, then that's the kind of information that we should be giving to the policymakers. So that's this idea of considering these high impact but low likelihood events in the future. Another key point I want to touch on, I mean, that's in terms of timescales, long timescales, but we should also be considering large spatial scales. So again, a lot of the risk assessments I've been involved with are at a district level or perhaps a state level. We don't so often expand across those boundaries, so we don't always consider the potential events that may initiate in another district or a state and then impact downstream. And again, that comes to crucial importance in the Himalayan region, where we've also got these transnational natural hazards that can occur and do occur. So things like landslide dammed lakes that could form upstream in Tibet, but when they occur, they devastate downstream regions. So again, just considering these large spatial scales in our assessment and ensuring that that information feeds into planning. Again, in the example of a hydropower station, they need to know what's happening hundreds of kilometers upstream, not just inside of that state or inside of that district. Another point which came from our recent work with GIZ, and I think it was just touched on before, is the importance of using local knowledge, not only as part of the assessment, because of course local people have the best knowledge of the impacts which they've been experiencing, but also as part of the solution. So when we're coming up with response strategies, what we saw, for example, in the case of moving away from the Himalayas to the coastal area of Tamil Nadu, we saw with things like tropical cyclones there and droughts, some of the response strategies that were proving useful were things that the local people had learned from their grandparents, from their great-grandparents, etc. So using traditional farming practices as a way of coping better with impacts of climate change. This is, I think, something I think we lose a bit from a scientific perspective sometimes. We focus on high-tech solutions, we focus on all this innovation, but actually we can sometimes get the best response strategies by talking to the local people and learning about their experiences. And just to finish up, building on that point of learning, another thing we're perhaps not so good at is learning from the past events that have taken place. So we're pretty good at responding once there's been a flood or a landslide event, but maybe less critical, or we perhaps don't look so deep at what the underlying social and physical factors were that led to that disaster occurring in the first place. And that can mean we don't build back better, so we potentially make mistakes in our response. So I take the 2013 Northern India flood landslide disaster as an example. There's lots of opportunities to learn from that and feed that into response strategies for the future. And I'm not sure if that learning's necessarily taken place as much as it could. And so part of the solution there that we encourage is to have mechanisms in place for learning. So a platform or a fixed mechanism where we can learn from these past events and feed that into future planning. With that, I won't take any more time. There's lots of experienced people here to talk, so I look forward to listening.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Thank you so much for giving very good ideas further to deal with this important topic. I would like to make one small addition here is that this is just a beginning for us to connect ourselves to the distinguished expert like you and all panelists of this session, previous session and forthcoming session. This is a beginning. We will be in touch with you. We'll be requesting you to provide detailed documents on this particular topic, and then we proceed further to organize the events in days to come or in months to come, and to bring some kind of durable policy outcomes from this interdisciplinary discussion. Thank you so very much once again. Now I invite Dr. Nirupama Agrawal, Professor of Disaster and Energy Management, York University, Canada. Dr. Agrawal, I welcome you. Floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Anil Gupta, for the invitation. It is my real honor to be part of this important conference. And I was, should I say, delighted to wake up at 4 a.m. my time in Toronto for it. So I've already had 2 cups of coffee to stay awake. I'll talk about a few of my thoughts that just randomly I've put together to share with all of you. Risk is a function of likelihood. And I want to, my focus stays, every disaster occurs and then people talk about sociology, psychology, a lot of logistics. My focus is mostly always is the science behind what is going on. So understanding of the science actually enhances the overall preparation, mitigation, prevention, and all those efforts. So risk is a function of likelihood and consequences. And consequences can be broken down into exposure, susceptibility, and a lack of coping capacity. So we can address each of those components to minimize the risk caused by, let's say, climate change in the topic that we are discussing today, or even coronavirus that's we are dealing with right now. So when we talk about climate risk, we must understand the science behind climate variabilities. So the goal here is to minimize each of the factors that contribute to the vulnerability of people and critical infrastructures. So I see a very little mention of Milankovitch cycle that explains long-term climate variabilities based on the Earth's rotation around the sun, its tilt, and the path, and the shape of the path. So that's one. The second I would say is perceptions are extremely important in how people comply with policy and regulations. So if people do not trust the decisions made by the authorities, they will not support the mitigation measures and they will not follow them. So you can put in place all the measures you want, but if people are not on the right side of the effort, then it's not going to work. So I'll give you a small example. I was in Germany last month, helping my daughter with her newborn during the lockdown. So there, I was not required to quarantine, and actually I came back and I was required to quarantine here, but there I wasn't. However, everyone was strictly following a very simple rule of keeping the mask on indoors in closed public places. So I thought, oh, so people don't only follow the advisories in contrast in some other countries, but actually they're making mockery of the measures put in place. So the effect, so that's about perceptions. I also published recently perceptions in the context of flood risk management. So perception versus reality, and there is a gap. And so once we understand where the gap is, then we can try to address. The third point I want to say is would be about coronavirus. So it's going on right now. It would be helpful to tell the public the science behind the virus and how it works, how the mechanisms of its spread, etc., to avoid misinformation floating around in social media. So just the other day, I was standing in a line, in a checkout line. A lady comes up to me and to say, hey, don't cover your nose with a mask because you will not be able to breathe and then you will get sick. So I just couldn't help myself, but I had to explain to her, no, actually the strong receptors are in the nose, that the virus latches onto. So you should cover the nose. So I had to, so this, again, coming back to the science of all the phenomena we experience and try to minimize risk from. So the last point, I'll just move on quickly to understanding that this coronavirus has exposed who the essential workers are. And those are the people who actually, they are stuck in their survival phase. They never get out of that survival and move into the growth phase in their life because there is, they don't have running water to practice hand washing all the time. They don't have the means to get hand sanitizers at home. So they're losing their physical health, and also they're losing their mental well-being if they lost their jobs. So who are the essential workers? The people who are well paid, they are able to work from home, they're able to shop online. But people who are not, they're losing all of that. So it's a vicious cycle. So they're stuck in this cycle. I think I'll finish my thoughts here and probably engage all the audience in back and forth question answers later on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nirupama Agrawal. Yes, risk is a function of likelihood. This will be further substantiated by our chairperson during the summarizing of this session. Thank you so very much once again. And now I invite Dr. Reinhard Mackler, Acting Program Director, Risk and Resilience, International Institute for Applied System Analysis. Dr. Mackler, now this virtual platform is yours, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, no, pleasure to be there. Calling in from Vienna. Also pleasure to hear about Germany, where I'm coming from, that compliance with COVID is so high. And so we could debate. What I wanted to do, I wanted to build on the comments made by Ashish Chaturvedi and Simon Allen on the work on comprehensive climate risk management that we have been doing and are still doing with GIZ, then NIDM, University of Geneva, the Indian Institute of Technology, and KMPG. I should also say India is a proud member of our institution, so for me it's a pleasure to be in that conversation. Ashish and Simon said a lot of things already about the work that we have been doing, so the need for doing it and the importance and the lessons learned from that. Let me just build a little bit more on that and keep it quite short. So the overall framework is to think about comprehensively understanding and managing climate-related risk. Comprehensive in that context means to think about slow onset and sudden onset risks, to jointly look at those. So flooding, for example, but also sea level rise and desertification. It also means to tackle the multiple climate-related as well as socioeconomic drivers. We know climate change, the impacts from climate change are driven by climate change, but they're also driven by exposure and vulnerability. How can we jointly tackle those, and how can we inform implementation that's well proceeding in India, of course, with a perspective on development-centric interventions. It's okay to build the dikes, but it's probably more important to build livelihoods of people that are affected. Also, increasingly, given the crisis that we're currently facing, it's about compound risk, managing compound risk. That means climate change, but also other risk types need to be looked at synergistically. For example, it's relevant and useful and an imperative to upgrade our health systems. That also holds true for Austria and Germany, so we can more robustly deal with the infectious disease crisis, but also given that climate change leads to increasing health issues through infectious disease, but also temperature increase, etc. So there's certainly multiple benefits to be reaped. So can we think about this compound risk a bit more in the future? And that's also part of the work. The work has worked out, the research and the implementation work has worked out a 6-step comprehensive risk management approach. So that's guidance that we jointly worked out with Indian partners, of course, to think about, the framing, what's the key issue, identify where to look, We have looked, for example, into Tamil Nadu. I've been to Madras in Tamil Nadu, not to Himachal Pradesh yet. As a next step, it's then to assemble different methods and tools and experts that can take the approach forward. In the next step, then it's only about identifying risk quantitatively, but also qualitatively. I think that's as important because we need to understand perceptions of people and also stakeholders. What can they do? What are they willing to do? And then it's certainly about identifying and assessing feasible options, ranging from incremental approaches. This can be sea dikes, this can be insurance, etc. But increasingly, we need to think about transformational approaches. That means switching livelihoods, for example, farmers moving into other branches of the economy, or even voluntary migration is also something that's certainly on the plate. There's a lot of discussion and is a really complex issue. So these are the 6 steps that we worked out. So that's not too novel, but the way we identified it and took it forward is somewhat novel and interesting and relevant. And I think certainly great to work on that with NIDM. What have you learned? Maybe let me just make a comment here. I think what we are seeing in India, also true globally, unfortunately, weather and climate-related risks are increasing or have been increasing dramatically over the last few decades. True in Germany, Austria, but also India and around the globe. So current efforts to manage risk, but also do climate change adaptation may not be enough. So that's unfortunately an unhappy message, but I think we know that. It's not enough to manage the immediate and long-term risks from climate change. In Tamil Nadu, we identified what that could mean in the context of cyclone and flood risk. Here we're seeing increasing impacts on smallholder farmers in coastal areas in Tamil Nadu, and also like on the state position, on government's position. So there's increasing risk to be tackled and dealt with, and that needs attention. We have seen that farmers, for example, farming households are indeed moving from incremental approaches, so salt-tolerant seeds and sea dikes, using that to buffer against salinization and their impacts on paddies. They're also moving to transformational actions. Indeed, yeah, sometimes they leave the fields unprepared or just leave it vacant, and also seeking alternative livelihoods in cities or in communities close by. Government agencies charged with implementing DRR, so disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, work well within their remit to provide support for farmers and on risk management. But increasing climate-related risks also call for further attention and further deliberation to implement more and more transformational actions and deploy those interventions at scale. I think the work that's ongoing in India will be important or is important, and Simon has taken it to Himachal Pradesh. There's talk about taking it further into India. It will be really important to create benefits in India, as I hope. It's also, the lessons learned from that work are also like really indispensable and really have high potential to inform global debate around the Warsaw mechanism on loss and damage that increasingly is focusing on transformational actions. Ashish went into that, and I think he has a lot to be learned from Indian experience at global levels. And I look forward to a further cooperation with the partners and also look forward to the discussion with all of you in this great web conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Mechler. It was really interesting, and 2 points are we are very much familiar about the modeling you are doing in collaboration with our institution in India, ISI, TIFAC, NIDM, and all. Okay. And micro level analysis, what you have done, this is very much appreciated because these micro level studies are very, very important. So thank you so very much for giving this thought-provoking ideas. And now I invite Dr. Divya Sharma, Executive Director, Climate Groups India Office. Dr. Sharma, now this floor is yours. This virtual floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nautiyal, and thanks to NIDM for having me here. I'm more than happy to be part of this esteemed panel that you have to discuss about resilience and disaster safe. And I've had a long history of working with NIDM and particularly with Anilji, and he knows and we've had a collective journey together working on resilience, particularly in the urban development space. So I think today when we are talking about resilience and disaster safe, sitting at our home, dealing with the COVID situation, there are a lot of dimensions that have changed when we talk about resilience, when we talk about disaster safe. I would say that our thinking around resilience, also around disasters and what nature these disasters can take in the coming decades and years, have led us to that stage where we want to be understanding it in a more holistic way as to how we want ourselves to be developed, in terms of our urban development, in terms of our economic development, in terms of our rural development, and how we see the entire socio-economic dimensions, the sustainability dimensions, basically. And this is a big question as we gather today and speak about it. And I really like some of the ideas that Dr. Meshler made and Nirupama ji made around perceptions, around transformative impacts, is what we think, and I personally think, are important for us to look at. I've been on both the sides in my work. I've been on the hardcore adaptation side. I'm also now working in the mitigation side, and I see that these lines are also blurring. When we particularly talk about resilience, these lines are really blurring. So if I start with the history of it, when we used to talk about disaster a few years back, we actually thought that it was a response-oriented arena. And we gradually shifted and developed in India particularly towards planning for disaster. And I worked in my career a lot with many disaster management authorities, particularly in Assam, which was most recent, where we were not only looking at response, but we were response-oriented participation, but we were looking at how do we become more and more prepared for disasters that are inevitable, and particularly because of the climate change that has already happened. That brings me to some of the work that we had done in the south coast of India, where we looked at some of the urban centers, and we were looking at infrastructure resilience to sea level rise there. And this was all about being disaster safe, but it was also about being resilient. And it was also about locating our systems, designing our systems to be as resilient as possible. Also, science played a crucial role in that analysis, because the entire inventory of infrastructure resilience was prepared on the basis of some of the modeling that we did on sea level rise, for that matter. And how it will impact, what type of inundation will happen, what are the areas that should not have critical infrastructure, by the way, those areas located, and how will we actually evacuate people. So we have a lot of evacuation machinery in Indian setup, which is quite robust, by the way. But if we don't plan our infrastructure properly, if our buildings are not aligned to proper evacuation and quick evacuation, for that matter, if our roads and transport systems are not linked together, no machinery can evacuate people in time. And then there's another question on early response systems, and how do we use those early response systems becomes very, very crucial. And I'm really happy to see where we've come. There's a lot to do, I agree. But I think in India, our early warning systems have gradually quite improved over a period of time. And I think there is a need to link them with our planning systems, the way we operate our systems. So for example, link it with our logistic transport systems. And at this moment, particularly in the smart cities, for example, we've been looking at some of these pan-city projects that have come up, are all needed to be ICT-based solutions that help proper urban management. And these systems can also link to disaster safe management and disaster management, for example, at the time of any adversity, if it comes to. Coming back to the other side of the resilience, of course, we know resilience means bouncing back and treating our systems in a way and planning our systems in a way that we can quickly bounce back economically, socially, structurally. And when I say the lines are blurring, I would say we have to look at resilience now, and a lot of people now, and particularly my work with C40, for example, we've started looking at transformative impact of resilience action as well. So a lot of cities are already thinking around what transformation can happen through our activities that are per se in the resilience arena. So for example, how do we not use our finite resources? How do we become more efficient in resource use, whether it is water, whether it is energy? Because this also adds to our resilience. The more efficient are we in the use of our finite resources, the more resilient we become to climate vagaries. And actually speaking, as much as science can predict, we still don't know what these impacts could be. And COVID is a good example. Nobody knew it was coming, and nobody knew the scale of it. We still don't know. So I would say, as we go on improving our efforts to be more and more resilient and disaster safe, we have to parallelly build systems that help us work with, for example, nature-based solutions and be efficient in resource use. And my last point is around working towards carbon dioxide emission reduction. So we know this is 2020 already. The Paris Agreement is kind of targeting 2030, by which we should have reached or kind of reduced our emissions to 1.5 degrees centigrade. It's now 1.5. We were earlier at 2, but it's now 1.5 to prevent catastrophic climate impacts on us and our systems. And that is where Climate Group actually works. So we have our 4 flagship campaigns, RE100, which is Renewable Energy 100, where we work very closely with businesses. And the businesses actually, it's a global membership-based campaign where businesses come together to us and commit to becoming 100% renewable energy in their operations and supply chains across their businesses, and they make that commitments, and we help them in reaching that goal. I think this the other one is EP100, which is energy productivity, where again we work with large businesses and industries to reduce their energy use and help them make energy efficient and energy productive in terms of their per capita production. So there's some mathematics around it, but it eventually comes to being more efficient as much as possible. And the third campaign is EV100, because transport is a huge contributor to GHG emissions. We work with government as well as businesses. Very recently, in fact, yesterday, Flipkart has announced themselves to be 100% electric vehicles in their operations by the year 2030. And our work with government under our 4th campaign, under 2 campaign, is where we support governments in both adaptation efforts as well as mitigation efforts through policy, through making roadmaps to resilience, climate resilience, and climate action. We have 5 states where we are working who are member of Under 2 in India, and 15 that we are working with. So I'm conscious of the time, and I will stop there. But I'm very, very happy for any questions that you might.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sharma, for your very complex information on the issues related to infrastructure, ecosystem, society, and economy. It was really very much appreciated. Before I invite our distinguished person, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Neeraj Sinha, and Professor Harshat Thakur, I would like to mention one point here is that the aim of the session was to review the recent initiative and future opportunity of science policy practice integration into development and disaster management planning framework. It is really well covered by all our panelists. I thank all the panelists. And before that, one point I would like to highlight the efforts which is being made by NIDM, and particularly under the leadership of Professor Anil Kumar Gupta. One point is that so far too much disciplinary oriented work we are doing to handle these complex issues. It's required interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. Professor Gupta's efforts are very much appreciated in this endeavor. His collaboration with the institutions in India and abroad, they are working in this endeavor very well. And now I invite our chairpersons of the session, Professor Neeraj Sharma and Professor Harshat Thakur, to kindly summarize this session, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Nautiyal. So I just wanted to check with Dr. Thakur. We had 5 speakers, so probably I can summarize maybe 2 or 3 of them, and Dr. Thakur can also, summarize the balance lecture. So will that be all right with Dr. Thakur?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I will start with the first speaker, Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi. And well, he made 4 important points, but somehow when he was making the first point, there was a very bad audio disturbance and I couldn't catch it. So I'll probably ask him to fill it in. But the balance 3 points, amongst them the balance 3 were, he spoke about how local knowledge to develop disaster risk reduction plans was important, and how it was important to combine local knowledge with scientific data. And then he spoke about the residual risk category, which is also very important in any kind of disaster planning. And then he finally spoke about how do you deal with recovery from disasters. And he especially highlighted the green recovery, which is being done by Germany, and similar examples the world over. So can I request Dr. Chaturvedi to fill in on the last, or rather the first point that he spoke about? I was not able to catch it because of an audio disturbance.
All right, I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, yes.
Simon as well as Reinhard made a similar point. We were all talking about enhancing the scope of risk assessments to make them much more comprehensive.
Okay.
So, and comprehensive in terms of scope. So what kind are we looking at forward? Are we including forward-looking assessments of risk rather than just relying on historical assessments of risk? When you look back at extreme weather events, are you also looking at how the past is not a very good predictor of the future because of the changing climate, and how forward-looking assessments will take into account the changing climate, and therefore you need to look at models of the future when you actually talk about risks that people are facing today. And I think Divya also mentioned this, well, the fact that the pandemic was of course not predicted, but it happened and the scale was also not predicted. So we're actually talking about a much more forward-looking assessment of risk, which is far more comprehensive than we have done historically or we are doing now. Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi. I deeply thank you for filling in the gap. So the next speaker was Dr. Simon Allen from the Institute of Geneva. He also emphasized the importance of using local language and local knowledge, rather, to be coupled with scientific data for looking at disaster risk reduction plan development. And then he highlighted the importance of learning from the past. Every country in the world has battled with disaster at some point or the other. In India, other than the floods and the earthquakes that we keep happening, the tsunami of the 2004 taught us a lot of lessons on how do we develop plans, how do we develop procedures to predict tsunamis so accurately. And the government of India responded to that disaster very well, I should say. And the third point which Dr. Simon Allen made was risk assessments for forward planning and how important they were to do forward planning. And he spoke about his extensive work, I believe, in the Himalayan region. And I could draw a common thread between him and me because he spoke about Himalayan glaciers. And I remember we had done a study on the Pindari Glacier, and that was a decade ago, and how it had receded over a period of 50 odd years. And just for the information of Dr. Allen, maybe he already knows, there was a report that was made by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, which I also mentioned in my opening remarks, on a study of the Himalayan glaciers. And this was done along with the Technology Information Forecasting and Assessment Council of the DST. So I'm sure the DST and the PSS office should be able to spare a copy of the report for him, or probably it will be there on the website. It was a multi-organizational and a multi-stakeholder task that we had handled there. And we had involved almost every organization in India which works on glaciology to come up with that report. Finally, I will touch upon Dr. Nirupama Agarwal's presentation, and then I will request Dr. Thakur to talk about Dr. Meckler and Dr. Divya Sharma. So, Dr. Nirupma Agarwal, first of all, thank you for being with us and battling sleep other than battling disasters and getting up at 4 a.m. in the morning. So, our apologies for the same, but I'm sure you'll understand that almost 12-hour time difference that we have between Canada and India. So, thank you for being with us. A special thank you on my behalf. So, she spoke about how important it was to understand science beyond what is going on in all adaptation, adoption, all mitigation, on resilience strategies that we have. Then she spoke about how important it was for the organizations that implement mitigation measures to understand policies and regulations. And as she rightly pointed out, making policies and regulations is only one part of the game. Implementing them on ground by maximizing their effectiveness is totally another point of the game. So she highlighted that very nicely. And then finally, she spoke about the ongoing pandemic in the world, the coronavirus, and the science behind it, and how the whole world and probably people in Canada, people in India, people in Germany, people in Switzerland, were picking up their threads and trying to get along with life while also handling the pandemic by whatever resources we had. So thanks to all the 5 speakers on my personal behalf, on behalf of the NIDM as well. And I'll now pass on the floor to Dr. Thakur to summarize the lectures of the other 2 distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. It's interesting to hear all the 5 panelists. And I thank actually all of them for their speech, their sharing of their experiences. I think we are running short of time, so let us have some question and answer. So maybe that I will prefer that rather than summarizing. So can we have some question and answer from other participants, if it is possible?
Sir, actually, we have one more session. So Dr. Sunil.
Yeah, sir. What we are requesting, because all are very actively participating, and we will be definitely encouraging all of our participants to send us mail and send us the queries with regard to these 5 interesting topics that our panelists have delivered. So what we can do is that we invite the question through email, and then we communicate to our panelists. Now we would like to summarize the session because we have one more session to be finished, sir, today. So
I take this opportunity to extend sincere thanks to the chairpersons, Dr. Thakur and Dr. Sinha Saab, for sparing their valuable time to chair the session, and all the August panelists of the session, and Professor Sunil Nautiyal for moderating the session very nicely. All the experts are personally known to me, and I had the opportunity to work with them at some other occasions, and at present also we are collaborating on various fronts. So I'll be coming to them, each one of you, on the follow-up issues, because this is just a beginning. We have to strategically lead this issue, that how we take the science and technology forward to address this issue. Thank you very much. And now directly we're moving to the next session, which is the last session of the day. That is on the presentation of the deliverables of the CAPRES project, which is chaired by Dr. Atul Bagai, country head of UNEP India, and Professor Vinod Sharma, Vice Chairman of Sikkim Disaster Management Authority. And the facilitator of this session is Dr. Akhilesh Surjan from the Charles Darwin University, Australia. Dr. Atul Bagai will be joining in a while for some time. Meanwhile, I would request Dr. Akhilesh Surjan and Professor Vinod Sharma, who is the chair, to please proceed this session. Dr. Akhilesh. Dr. Akhilesh, you are muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. I am very much humbled and honored to be a facilitator of this special review session of the CAPRES and allied projects, which are, I guess, very complementary in nature. I would like to extend my greetings to all the participants and the panelists and the chairpersons of these sessions. Greetings from the top end of Australia. I am based in a small city called Darwin. It is the capital city of the Northern Territory of Australia. Darwin city is located in the very top north of Australia. Hence, it is also known as the gateway of Australia to Asia. We enjoy close association with a number of neighboring cities of Asia, including Delhi, which is capital of East Timor, Manila, Jakarta, Bali, Singapore, and Papua New Guinea, etc. Coincidentally, Darwin remained one of those safest places within Australia as well as probably in the world, because in the city of Darwin, as well as in the Northern Territory, we had no community spread of COVID-19. As we noted that this specific session is a review session where we'll be, reviewing a couple of mega projects, and one of the mega project is climate adaptive planning for resilience and sustainability development in multi-hazard environment, CAPRES in short. This project is supported by the Department of Science and Technology of the Government of India under the National Knowledge Mission on Climate Change. We have to acknowledge that this project is a 3-year project. It started only in June 2019, just over 1 year, in other words. And the progress of this project must have been impacted badly and severely by COVID-19, which is haunting the global community for the last at least 6 months to 9 months. But I would like to salute determination of Dr. Anil Gupta and his able colleagues who have founded this innovative and rather very climate-friendly way to bring us all together in this form of web-based seminars and forums. I'm very privileged to also welcome the chair of this session, Professor Vinod Kumar Sharma. I know him as a very respected senior professor since my student days, more than 2.5 decades ago, and he is currently vice chairman of the Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, as well as senior professor of the IIPA, New Delhi. I'm so happy to see him still very active and vibrantly contributing to the field of DRR and CECA. And we will, in due course, we'll also welcome Dr. Atul Bagai. So we'll have a couple of presentations in order. There are total 5 presentations, I guess. But before that, let me invite Professor Sharma for his opening remarks. May I request Professor Sharma to make short remarks for about 4 to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Surjan. I'm seeing you, virtually after a long time. Thank you, Anilji, that you invited such an eminent person in this area, and he's available, he's giving his time from Australia. Since I know the project, right from the beginning, and I know what they are doing, I think it's a very, very unique project. And my initial remark is that I think NIDM is doing some research work in which, the Sindai framework, the Paris Agreement, Prime Minister's 10-point program, which is given by Honorable Prime Minister. So it's a sort of convergence, So they are not seeing climate adaptation separately, disaster risk, as separate subject. And they are trying to bring, all these ministries, all these role players together. And I think this is a very, very innovative work. And this is a very small, sort of project, which is, which will give all these things to other researchers. And I think this is the beginning. Dr. Anil Gupta, right from the beginning, he is talking about environmental management and linking it with disaster risk reduction because of his background in environment. Same is with me. Background is also ecology, environment, and I was also pleading. When I was the UN DRR with, as a member, I was also advocating the same, that how to converge, the climate change and disaster risk reduction. So I'm so glad that, now there is a small project. And I will again say that this is the beginning and will give direction to the young scientists that what are the areas basically where they can work. So After these 5 presentations, I will give detailed remark or maybe concluding remarks, but I stop here because the time constraint is there and we are running short of time. Thank you very much, Akhilesh Surjanji, and I am so happy that I am associated with you. Over to you, Akhilesh.
Thank you very much, Professor Sharma. May I kindly request you to just address me as Akhilesh? It is quite embarrassing for me to hear Professor Surjan from you, sir. And I appreciate, the kind of key message which you just shared, that this is the high time for us to stop working in silos and acknowledging the interconnected nature of the pressing global challenges, be it in the form of climate change, be it in the form of DRR, be it environmental degradation, be it COVID-19. And we have to acknowledge these interconnections between these global pressing challenges and work together. Let me see if we have the another chairperson, Dr. Bagai is also here. Seems not.
Maybe he may be joining in some time, so we can proceed, and then in case he is able to join, then he will share his thoughts. He has conveyed me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. I would like to remind that these presentations are more of
Akhilesh ji, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Shri Atul Bagai ji is here, so we can request for his remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gupta. Welcome, Dr. Atul Bagai. May I invite you to give your opening remarks for this review session of the couple of research projects. Dr. Bagai, can you please unmute yourself?
Sir, I think he's not connected audio.
No.
Audio problem.
Audio. Can you help?
Yes, I am following.
Gaurav.
Now we can hear you.
Yes, now we can see Atulji. He's muted. Please unmute him.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Anilji.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Please.
So should I?
Yes.
Okay.
Professor V.K. Sharma is here, and Professor Akhilesh Surjan from Darwin University is also here. Yeah. So welcome you all. Yeah, welcome you on board.
Anilji, for inviting UNEP for this very, very important webinar. In fact, not a webinar, it's almost a full 2-day kind of event and a workshop. And I also would like to thank my co-chair who are with me on this very important event. And I think in today's perspective, adaptive planning for resilience and sustainability development in a multi-hazard environment, a focus on this issue is most opportune considering the crisis we are all going through globally. I was reading the updates on the progress under this project, and I was very heartened to see that some very good work on the ground has been done on nature-based solutions. And in fact, the present pandemic that has enveloped the whole world, the science is taking us to conclusions that nature-based solutions are going to be one of the most important ways and approaches the world community should adopt to address the pandemic, and also to see how
the science beside this kind of a virus or this kind of a pandemic emanates from what we have done to our ecosystems and to our biodiversity in the last 50 years. And I think this pandemic brings forward a renewed kind of a vigor to see how disasters should be handled. My personal view also is that this is a kind of an event that has engrossed this whole world, which cannot be likened to a disaster which we normally in conventional words think of, a hurricane or a flood or a volcano eruption or any other natural disaster, which could possibly be limited by geographical location in some part of the world. Thinking out of box, what COVID-19 is can also be looked as a disaster that has enveloped the whole world. It's not focused in one part of the world geography or in one location in the world, but it's something that's happening all over. And I think some of the lessons that we have learned over the last 40, 50 years on climate adaptive planning, on sustainable development, on urban or rural resilience, how we address natural disasters, those are some of the lessons we need to start looking at in the present pandemic also. And at another level, I would also think that how each and every country has responded to this disaster, how each and every state in our country has adopted to this disaster, provides us with very, very valuable information and lessons in terms of how such a vast pandemic or such a vast disaster can be handled. So I think in this present context, this whole event that NIDM is organizing is very, very opportune. And I think NIDM should be adopting and looking at lessons learned from our whole response that we are bringing for COVID, also as a very important milestone and a very important resource that should be made available to the world at large. I would like to thank NIDM for giving me this opportunity, and we look forward to working with them for various issues like these. Thank you, Anilji.
Thank you, Dr. Atul, for joining. I know that you are already in another meeting of UN, so thank you for managing to come for addressing all of us. Thank you. Now, Dr. Akhilesh, we can proceed with the presentations. Dr. Akhilesh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bagai, and thank you very much. I could see that. Can I request others to unmute themselves? Yeah. Thank you very much. I noted that a while ago there are about 128 participants who are currently joining this session. This is wonderful, and I guess these participants come from various walks of life, variety of academic and professional backgrounds. So as I mentioned that there'll be presentation about 4 or 5 different projects, and these projects, some of these projects may not be completed, but more of a work in progress. Hence, this is an opportunity for the experts who are part of this session to provide valuable guidance. This is an opportunity for scientists and researchers to get quick snapshot of these ambitious research projects and offer relevant inputs. This is also an opportunity for the policymakers who are present here to advise how the research could remain policy relevant. This is an opportunity for the practitioners to provide feedback on how applicability of these research projects could marry with the ground realities. And this is an opportunity for the multidisciplinary stakeholders to help disseminating the research findings and continue the dialogue with the research teams. So with this humble request to all the participants, may I invite our first presenter, Ms. Thinless Chondol. She'll be talking about some key deliverables achieved in the Division of Environment, Climate and Disaster Risk Management at NIDM. And you have about 5 minutes to complete your presentation. Over to you, Mr. Chandal.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon to all of the panelists and participants. I request Pritha to kindly share my presentation because I've shared my presentation with her.
Yeah, she's sharing. She's sharing. You can make it full.
Yeah. Today, a brief about some of the key deliverables achieved in the Division of Environment, Climate and Disaster Risk Management, that is ECDRM, NIDM. And these are apart from the project deliverables that will be explained in brief later by my friends. So firstly, I'll go with papers, case studies and book chapters that we have published till now. We have recently developed a research paper that titles The Role of Perception Officials on Climate Change and Resilient Development, a case study of Uttarakhand, India. This was developed realizing the importance of stakeholder perception study and their role in resilient development because they are the key player in any policy formulation and policy execution and policy implementation. We have undertaken this study. This study was undertaken last year, and recently this publication is being accepted by National Journal for Disaster Resilience in Built Environment to publish in their journal. Apart from this, we have developed a paper on extreme temperature events, that is heat wave and cold wave, and their implication on health adaptation and resilience. And this particular thematic paper addresses the various health implications of heat wave and cold wave, and also addresses the mitigation measures in terms of policy and planning, climate and environment action, community awareness, role of industry and business, role of local bodies, urban local bodies and panchayats, and various research and capacity building that undertaken in India. Also, another chapter on multi-hazard risk management during pandemic was prepared by our division, and in the book titled Environment Risk, an integrated risk of pandemic COVID-19 impact, resilience and recommendation, because we have already seen disasters occurring while already we are facing with another COVID-19 is one of the examples, and this addresses the condition of crisis within crisis or cascading disaster into picture. We have also undertaken a case study on health response during emergencies, a case study particularly of Yamuna flood in Delhi, and we tried to identify the physical and mental health problems faced by the victims of flood, and these health problems are particularly caused due to the aggravated factors of vulnerability of the community that are living in the floodplains of Delhi. And also another case is undertaking in collaboration with IIT Tirupati on the topic mainstream end-of-life management of solar panels in India, a step towards disaster risk reduction using life cycle approach. I won't explain much about this particular case study because this will be explained in the succeeding presentation by one of my friends in KPRIS project. Moving on, we have developed a training module on, actually this training module is, will be going for a review. It is just prepared the training module. This training module is on climate change and extreme events risk reduction. And this particular module is subdivided into 5 different modules. The title of the modules are shown in the slide, and each module is further divided into 3 to 4 learning modules. This module is a very comprehensive and holistic module because it explains disaster risk management and the policy instruments that are available for environment and disaster risk reduction, mainstreaming of DRR in various things like development, disaster aspects also, and action planning in disaster risk management. So this manual, training manual is being developed. Keep the that are being faced these days and the extreme events that are due as a consequences of climate change. And this module is developed in such a manner that each module be used separately or can be collectively used as a. So apart from the training module and the paper, we have undertaken various programs in ECDRM division. We have organized a special event at UNCCD COP14 on reducing drought risk to improve land water resilience, mainstream eco-DRR pathways and tools. And the report of this particular program is available on the NIDM official website. And we have also development program on environment, bio and disaster risk management jointly with Baba Saheb City Lucknow, and also this report is available on the NIDM website. And another programs we have undertaken is we have undertaken a seminar. We have taken a climate change adaptation and resilience building through understanding and innovation jointly with York University, Toronto. And apart from all these programs, we are undertaking a number of online training programs and these days. So I only mentioned only two of the programs. One is environment and disaster integrated risk resilience and sustainable development, and another webinar we have recently organized is climate science popularization for public safety. So apart from all these things, my colleagues will be explaining about the various deliverables and in the process. So I won't take much time. I'll sum up with thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chondal. I guess, you have a very wide coverage of areas within your division, including extreme temperature, COVID-19, health resilience, solar panels, dealing with the local officials and their perceptions and developing training modules and whatnot. Congratulations for that. Let me thank you and take the opportunity to invite Dr. Anjali Burnwal. She'll be speaking about health resilience and capacity building project. And you have 6 minutes, Dr. Anjali, to present your case.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me for the presentation. A very good evening to everyone. I am Dr. Anjali Burnwal, Research Associate in the project Health Adaptation and Resilience, Advancing Strategic Knowledge and Capacities. Let me share my presentation here. Presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay. So this project is Health Adaptation and Resilience, Advancing Strategic Knowledge and Capacity. Abbreviated term of this project is HRCAP, which is Health Resilience and Capacity Building. This project is sponsored by World Health Organization India. Our project director is Professor Anil Kumar Gupta, and this project is for 1 year duration. It started last year in October 2019. We are 2 project staff working under this project, myself as research associate and one GRF is also there. These are the goals and objectives of this project: to understand the existing gaps and challenges in health sector preparedness to address climate impacts, then to create information database and improve access of health services post-disaster in different parts of India, and to develop a comprehensive reading material in form of policy papers or thematic papers and a compendium of case studies. These are the total 6 deliverables for this project. First is drafting National Health Adaptation Plan for climate change related disasters, which is to enable the development of resilient health services. Then training manual or training toolkit, which has been developed to provide a platform to the stakeholders for integrating health services and systems with climate change related disaster risk reduction. Then we have drafted 2 thematic papers. compendium of case studies, directory of experts, and policy papers. There are 4 policy papers and 1 national policy paper we have drafted. Now, before finalizing the framework of a National Health Adaptation Plan, we conducted 4 regional consultation workshops with experts from various domains. Like there were people from management background, environment. There were experts from climate change, agriculture, medical institutions, hospitals, private sectors, as well as NGOs. The main purpose to conduct this consultation workshop was to get collective feedback and suggestions to understand existing gaps and challenges in the sector preparedness, and to recognize region-specific issues for health adaptation and disaster resilience. Then, after identifying the critical gaps in the current health scenario, a national health adaptation plan was drafted for climate change related disasters to enable the development of resilient health services. This is the outline of National Health Adaptation Plan. This NHAP comprises of total 8 chapters. First chapter talks about the background. Second is on goals and objective. Third chapter talks about the hazard, risk, vulnerability, and capacity gaps. Fourth chapter discusses about the health implications of climate change and related disaster. Fifth chapter is on region-specific issues and opportunities. And when actually the disaster happens, then what adaptation strategies and measures are to be adopted to reduce the impact of disaster and to protect human lives. Those are mentioned in chapter 6 and 7, which those are adaptation strategies and measures. Then the last chapter of the plan, it gives an adaptation roadmap so as to take lessons from the previous disasters and have a strong resource database to respond and mitigate any future hazards more efficiently. Then training manual toolkit, it includes total 5 modules. First module talks about understanding environment and climate change implications on health. Second module is on disasters, health dimensions, and related policies. Third module discusses about the climate and weather sensitive disasters and outbreaks. Fourth module is on risk, vulnerability, and impact assessment, integrating DRR in health sector. Fifth module is on health system and health resources adaptation and resilience. Then we have drafted 2 thematic papers. So first is based on health challenges following water-related natural disasters, floods and drought. And another thematic paper is on health impact due to heat wave and cold wave. Then we have drafted a compendium of case studies, which showcases various case studies that addresses the climate and disaster-induced health impacts. It also highlights the lessons learned from different parts of our country facing impact of climate change and disasters such as floods, droughts, dust storms, air pollution, etc. And simultaneously, this compendium also discusses various initiatives undertaken to achieve health resilience by mainstreaming safety within hospital, emergency preparedness in hospitals, development of health action plan, incorporating disaster risk management and climate change adaptation in the education system. And for this compendium, we had received around 40 to 45 case studies. And after peer review and all, we have included around 25 case studies in this compendium. Then we have developed the directory of experts, institutions, and other stakeholders. It contains, we have developed this directory in the form of Excel sheet, and it contains 6 spreadsheets which enlist all the details of resource persons, details like the name of the contact person, his contact details, his email ID, his designation, his complete address. And this 6 spreadsheets, first spreadsheet has all the details of experts and NGOs working in the area of climate change, health adaptation, and from disaster management as well. And second spreadsheet has all the details of various experts from various organizations. Then third has all the details of relief commissioners of our country. Fourth has all the details of secretaries of ministries. Sixth spreadsheet has all the details of state institutes of rural development. And lastly, we have all the details of administrative training institutes. And we have, why we have used Excel sheets in this format, because there's always a scope, to further edit. Like we can delete any detail, or we can further add any details in this directory. Then lastly, we have drafted 4 policy papers on climate-related health adaptation and resilience in India for northern region, for southern region, for eastern and northeastern region, and for western region. And overall, we are also drafting 1 national policy paper on climate-related health adaptation. So yes, that is it about my project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The first thing I noted about the basic project is, may I request others to please mute themselves? Thank you. The first impressive thing I noted about this project is that this project started only sometime in October 2019, and that is not very long ago. And within a couple of months, these health sector adaptation plan program is also coincides with what we are experiencing in 19. I guess most of the participants in today's forum, although they are from different parts of the world, but majority of them are based in India. And what we have seen in the case of cyclone response, that you have to respond to this mega evacuation took place in certain parts of India and Bangladesh in the middle of COVID-19, and that provided a very unique challenge. The second very important and impressive point I noted is the publication of number of case studies, reports, policy briefs, and papers, etc. I request our able colleagues of NIDM to kindly provide, once this project is completed, provide all these reports for the benefit of the larger community. And I request all the participants that please provide your email IDs in the chat room or Q&A area, so that your specific comments or queries can be addressed later on by the people who are presenting today. Let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Anjali and invite next presenter, Dr. Sonal Bindal. Dr. Sonal will be talking about crisis management plan for water contamination emergencies. Dr. Sonal, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, everyone. To share my screen. Is my
We can see your black screen. We can't see your PPT.
It is loading. It has not yet.
Everyone, I am Dr. Sonal Bindal, working as a research associate with NIDM, National Institute of Disaster Management, under the supervision of Professor Anil Kumar Gupta, sir. We are working on the preparation of National Crisis Management Plan for contamination of water bodies. It is very well known that water is the survival of life on Earth. It sustains the existence of biotic components on this planet. Water is present in various forms, in rivers, lakes, ponds, canals, reservoirs, etc. It is required for a variety of purposes, from industrial to domestic. And however, despite of being so important, both natural as well as intentional and non-intentional anthropogenic activities often contaminate these water bodies. Many a times, a sudden contamination of water bodies leads to a situation of crisis or havoc, like which is posing a great threat to lives and environment, biodiversity, and have several health implications. Recently, there has been a case of riots in Delhi, which to the contamination of Munnar Canal water, leading to a crisis situation. The other situations are also not hidden. These contamination of water bodies could be chemical or bacteriological in nature. For instance, the chemical discharge from factories or pesticides used in agriculture, damage to sewage treatment plants, sudden contamination from a mass gathering such as Kumbh Mela, if by any technical fault the sewage treatment plants stops functioning. All these situations could lead to the occurrence of crisis for contamination of water bodies. And to deal and such situations, we need a plan. So why this plan is essential for contamination of water bodies to protect the public health from harmful implications to understand the impact and measure the vulnerability. This plan will also provide a clear and practical guidance on how to respond during instances of water crisis associated with contamination of water bodies, and also to evaluate resilience options that are effective and cost effective in nature. This plan is in context with the Prime Minister's Agenda 10 on disaster risk management, which draws integrated approach towards implementation of Sendai framework for disaster risk management, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development goals. Specifically, in it imbibes the principles of disaster management.
Sonal, you can move little faster and you move your PowerPoints also. Your PowerPoints are not moving, and then you manage the time. Now you have hardly 4 minutes. Huh?
Yes. So I will come directly to the major goals of the project, which is to understand the existing gaps and challenges in crisis management plan for dealing with contamination of water bodies, to understand the role of key institutions who have direct and indirect involvement in crisis management plan for water bodies, and to delineate a framework for development of CMPWB, which is the abbreviation of this project, and development of a toolkit, training toolkit. In this context, we had a national consultation workshop wherein 48 stakeholders representing 29 states and 7 cities of the
Your slides are not moving. Your slides are not moving. You show the structure and then you show the layout of the plan, and then you can move on.
We had 2 consultation workshops. One was held in the month of May and was held in the month of August. We have prepared a first draft plan for crisis. We have followed the roadmap.
Your voice is not clear. Sonal, your voice is not clear. Your PowerPoint is not moving. In case we have any problem, we can move to another presentation. Then meanwhile, you can fix the things.
Am I audible now?
Yes. And move fast, please.
Yes,
just
sir.
2-3 minutes. You conclude.
Yes, sir. So this is the roadmap we have followed for preparation of crisis management plan for water bodies. Then the detailing of the plan was done. Then studies were undertaken. The conduction of first national consultation workshop. Then we have conducted a HRBC exercise to understand the various hazard, risk, vulnerability assessment involved in the making of the plan. And then the first draft was submitted to CPCB, and we have received the comments from the same. And we are working on the preparation of the second draft of the plan. This is the first draft we have submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonal. I understand that there were some challenges because of the technology, as well as there were some issues. We only could see your first slide, but certainly this is an important topic dealing with the crisis management of the contamination of water bodies. Very, very relevant. May I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sonal and invite our next presenter. There are 2 presenters for this specific project. Dr. Sanayanbi Hodam, I'm sorry for my pronunciation. Please correct me if this is wrong. And Ms. Richa Srivastava. They'll be presenting on National Agriculture Disaster Management Plan. You have 5 minutes to complete the presentation.
Thank you so much for inviting me. My name is Richa Srivastava. I'm research consultant with NIDM project with Professor Anil Kumar Gupta, NIDM. Today, I'll be giving the brief overview of the National Agricultural Disaster Management Plan, which is funded by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. The project is, duration of the project is 1 year. And the principal investigator of the project is Professor Anil Kumar Gupta. The project has 2 staff, one myself, Richa, and my colleague, Dr. Sanay N.B. Hodam. We both work on this National Agricultural Disaster Management Plan. So this is the process of the approach we have adopted for making the plan, where from the project start date, this picture shows from the project start date till the final draft, how we have approached and processed this plan. We have constructed the working group from the different government institutes and organizations who have helped us in preparing the HRVCA template, and they have helped us throughout the process of making the plan while submitting the draft 1, 2, 3, 4. We have consulted them always, and we have workshops, consultation workshops with the working group members. We have conducted HRVCA workshop with the nodal officers of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and we have presented the final draft before the Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. From their approval, we have finally submitted it to the NDMA. We have presented there our plan, and it is in its final steps for the approval. So this is the whole process we have adapted while making the plan. This is the glimpse of some glimpse of our work while making the plan for Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, which includes some consultation workshops, meetings with nodal officers of all the divisions of Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. We have facilitated HRVC exercise there with Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare and their institutes. We have had other consultation workshops. So this is, and also meetings with the nodal officers of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare of each division. These are the glimpse of the process of the whole plan. So the plan, this is the content of the plan. It has two parts. Part 1 talks about the national component, and part 2 talks about the buildings own infrastructure and buildings, ministries or buildings and infrastructure. So part 1, the part 1 has 12 chapters, which are here mentioned here, like introduction, hazardous vulnerability and capacity building exercises, disaster prevention, risk mitigation, mainstreaming DRR with plans, programs, schemes, inclusive disaster risk reduction, coherence with global agenda, capacity building, like checking what are the capacities they have, what are the existing capacities they have, and where is the gap in the capacities. Coordination, horizontal and vertical linkage, preparedness and response plan, recovery and reconstruction, budgetary provision, and plan updation and review mechanism. So in the plan updation and review, the plan will be reviewed every year, and the updation will be done every after 3rd year. So it's a comprehensive plan which has the scope of updation on every 3rd year. This is the part 2, which has 5 chapters. As I've already said, this is the ministries. This component is for ministries' own infrastructure and building. So so that was all about the plan. Now I would like to call my colleague Dr. Sanay N.B. Hodam. She will tell about the publications and training manuals which we have developed here during the preparation of the plan. Dr. Sanaya, please.
Thank you, Richa ma'am. I'm Sanaya N.B. Hodam, working with for development of this plan. While preparing the plan, we have also developed some documents. We have prepared this roadmap of resilient agriculture in India, and the authors are from ICAR CRIDA, the director himself, Dr. G. Ravindra Chari, and Dr. M. Prabhakar, who is the PI for NICRA Project National Innovation Climate Resilience Agriculture. And one professor from ICR IRI. So in this policy paper, the need for National Agriculture Disaster Management Plan for our agriculture sector has been mentioned and highlighted, the roles and responsibilities also.
Sanaya, let us go a little faster.
Yes, and another document is we have prepared a handbook for district administration on disaster risk management in agriculture. And we have also developed a training module on climate and disaster resilient agriculture. The training module has 5 modules. And in the last year, my colleague Thindes has mentioned about the COP event. In there also, NIDMP was presented as a move towards global drought initiative. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hodam and Ms. Srivastav. Another impressive presentation. I must say, I'm pretty impressed to see the previous project, which started in March 2020, and this one started in April 2020. It seems that I'm not talking to humans, but rather superhumans who are able to achieve so much despite a lot going on in the home country. Let me invite the final presenter of the session, which is Ms. Dr. Sweta Das. And Dr. Das will be talking about the CAPRES project. Dr. Das, over to you now.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Sweta Das. I'm working in CAPRES project, and on behalf of Team CAPRES, I'll be presenting today's CAPRES presentation. So basically, the CAPRES stands for Climate Adaptive Planning, Resilience, and Sustainable Development in Multi-Hazard Environment. This is a 3-year project that is funded by Department of Science and Technology, and it has started in last year June. And the PI is Professor Anil K. Gupta, and I have with me one Ms. Pritha Acharya and Shweta Bhardwaj. So what is CAPRES actually? So our basic aim is capacity building to build resilience against the disasters, and also value addition to the National Knowledge Mission on Climate Change, which is already one existing mission, and then also addressing the knowledge gaps and developing the networks of the different institutions among within our thematic areas. So basically our objective is to analyze science, policy, planning, practice interface, to document and compile case studies and best practices, policy analysis and advocacy for disaster risk management, developing toolkit for training capacity building, and to enhance the capacity in terms of knowledge, skill, and attitude. For the relevant stakeholders. So we have 5 themes in our project. First is the green growth and disaster risk reduction. Second is resilient agriculture. Third is resilient health. Then climate proofing, disaster relief and recovery. Fourth is policy in DRR. Fifth, sorry. So all these themes comes under the National Knowledge Mission under climate change. So we have few deliverables for this entire project, and those includes but not limited to training modules, training program, thematic policy and technical papers, research papers, case studies and knowledge compendiums, policy workshops, and national and international workshops. To achieve these objectives, we are going through few steps. Those are, first is science policy planning consultative workshop to review the present state of knowledge, and then development of compendium of case studies or already existing good practices. Then we are undertaking field-based case studies to understand different thematic areas, and then development of advanced or specialized training modules, and then finally analysis and compilations of documents and proceedings, and capturing lessons from the workshops that we are conducting, and we are understanding the gaps and opportunities, and we'll come up with the solutions. To achieve these, we have already conducted 5 workshops. First was CAPRES International Symposium, then training workshop on health, then a national program on climate change and health sector resilience, then a national consultative workshop on the nature-based solution for climate resilience for future Indian mangroves, and UNCCT COP event. One special event was there from our project that was reducing drought risk to improve land water resilience, mainstreaming eco-DRR pathways and tools. So now I'll come to the knowledge product that we have generated under this project. So I'm really happy to announce that we have come up with Springer book series that is Disaster Resilience and Green Growth. And along with Springer, we are going to publish series of books under this book series, and particularly these series editors are Professor Gupta, Anil Kumar Gupta, and Professor Prabhakar and Professor Akhilesh Surjansa. In this series, already one book has been published, that is Nature-Based Solution for Resilient and Societies. This book editors are Professor Shalini Dhyani, Professor Anil K. Gupta, and Professor Madhav Karki. We have contributed 2 chapters from CAPRES in this book. Those are Nature-Based Solutions, Entry Points through Sectoral Policies, Strategic Instruments, and Business Continuity, New Pathways for NBS to Realize and Achieve SDGs, and Post-2015 Targets, Transformative Approaches in Resilient Building. We are going to come up very soon. We are going to come up with another book under this series, Risk of Pandemic COVID-19 Impacts, Resilience and Recommendations. This book is being edited by Dr. Manish Kumar Goyal and Professor Anil K. Gupta. And from CAPRES, we have contributed 2 chapters in this book. Those are Multi-Hazard Risk Management during Pandemic and Enhancing Epidemic Resilience, Planning and Institutional Resilience. We have come up with 2 journal publications. Those are paper focusing on assessing and examining perception of local government officials on climate change and resilient development, a case study of state of Uttarakhand. Another one is an article on novel coronavirus epidemic as emerging new dimensions for disaster management and health resilience. We have also come up with 2 policy briefs in this project. Those are Green Growth Benefits for Climate and Disaster Resilience, and another is Roadmap for Resilient Agriculture in India. Another policy brief is almost finished and we are about to publish it. That is about the Public Health Resilience Policy Brief, and that is on climate related health adaptation and resilience in India, Eastern and Northeastern region. I'm not able to change my slide. Yeah. Yes. Then we have come up with 4 proceedings of our workshops. First one is from the international workshop that we conducted from CAPRES. CAPRES International Symposium, Disaster Resilience and Green Growth for Sustainable Development Proceedings. Then the training workshop report on climate change, disaster and health epidemiology and response preparedness. Then national program on climate change and health sector resilience proceedings. And finally, the UNCCT special event on reducing drought risk to improve land water resilience, mainstreaming eco-DRR pathway and tool proceedings. Next, we have already come up with a case study on health response during emergencies, a case study of Yamuna flood, and it has gone into the NIDM WHO Health Compendium. And we have, we are producing we have produced 2 training briefs, green growth and disaster risk reduction, and on health resilience. Then we are on the process, almost finished, of preparing 2 training modules on resilient agriculture system and public health resilience. And the third one, the risk resilience in cities, this module we have already published. So this module basically aims at building understanding on the concepts of frameworks for urban risk resilience, and provide practical guidance to the urban local governments and local people to how to behave in case of emergencies, and how to build disaster risk resilience in urban context. And we are coming up with few good case studies. In that, one is compendium of case studies where we have called for good practices and case studies from outside, and we are in the process of review. And also we are coming up with 4 field-based case studies. Those are climate resilient agriculture and socio-ecological sustainability, agriculture resilience assessment over central India under climate change, study of integrated and resilient farming system in Himalaya under climate change, and mainstreaming end of life management of solar panels in India, and socio-ecological resilience to cyclone vulnerability. So these 4 case studies are basically field-based case studies, and we are coming up with that. And the last one I have already mentioned that it has already been included. Again, I'm not able to change. Yeah, so these are the examples of 2 field-based case studies that we are coming up with in very near future. It's it's going to be published. And finally, I'll come to the books that we have come up with. And the first book that has been published is Management Framework for India, Loss and Damages. These, along with GIZ and Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, we have published this book. And the second book that we are going to publish in very soon, like maybe in few weeks it will come. So that is on climate change and disaster risk management. This is a policy document basically on climate change and DR, and along with this. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Das, for your comprehensive presentation on CAPRES. Before I invite the chairpersons for closing remark, I cannot resist myself by mentioning that. Can I request others to please mute themselves? I'm amazingly impressed by, proud of the women in science. One remarkable aspect of this session is that all the 6 presenters of these projects are very knowledgeable, hardworking, and energetic women scientists who are determined to act as a catalyst to bring a positive change towards a resilient world. Well, with this, may I invite Professor Sharma for his closing remarks as a chairperson. Over to you, Professor Sharma.
Thank you, Dr. Akhilesh ji. In fact, because the time is now 6:30 and we are running late, so I will be very brief. And I have 2-3 things to mention. I mean, I will not summarize, what they have said, in their presentation. I think each and every presentation was very impressive. They have taken all important aspects of climate change adaptation. It may be agriculture, it may be health, it may be policy issue. NIDM is doing a lot of dissemination work, and I am so glad that Professor Akhilesh Surjan is also associated, and his association will certainly help NIDM, and certainly, we will be benefited by your association, Akhilesh ji. 2-3 things which are very important in this project. And this is true with all institutions of national importance like NIDM, IIPA. The research work is not only for publishing paper or books or as in most of the academic institutions. I think the sustenance, you might have seen and you might have, you will be appreciating that in each and every aspect, they have come out with the training modules. And these training modules, which is a sort of beginning, which will be given, to ATIs, which will be given to the agriculture institutions, which will be disseminated, to the right people. They will be having training of trainers program, and ultimately this knowledge will be disseminated to the desired people. So I am seeing one of very important outcome of this project is this. Second is that we are not doing, fundamental research, NIDM or this thing, we are policy research. And the thing which we are observing, the research officers, all ladies you have seen, and you rightly said that Professor Gupta is having very good team of researchers. And with this small team, I think he could do a lot, within short time. Of course, his guidance is there, but the team is also excellent. And I admire them, I appreciate them. That the second thing which is important is that through DST, all these things which they are doing, so this research will be incorporated in the policy making. It will be utilized. And you will be glad to know, Professor Surjan, that now science and technology is making national policy for science, technology and innovation. And there is a very important component of climate change, in this. And there is a very important component of capacity building. I am also associated with that program. And I'm sorry that Akhilesh ji couldn't join this, Akhilesh Gupta. Otherwise, he would have, mentioned this thing, that this kind of research will be very useful, for that policy document. And last thing is the dissemination part. And Dr. Das is here. She has mentioned that the series of books are coming from Springer. So I congratulate, NIDM for this thing. And I join, Professor Akhilesh Surjan in complimenting this team, in complimenting Professor Anil Gupta for this excellent piece of work. And certainly it will be useful for science, for climate change science, and for disaster risk reduction. I think I stop here because there is a lot of things, which can be, because each and every aspect which they have covered, we can summarize that, in our own words. But I think I stop here. And once again, I thank, NIDM for inviting me. And the bonus point is that I am meeting my very dear friend, Akhilesh Surjan after 7 years. Thank you, Akhilesh ji. You are same, charming and intelligent. And so I am so glad to see you after 7 years.
Thank you very much, Professor Sharma. You are always inspiring, and you are one of those torch bearers and the front runners who guided, I guess, number of generations to work in this interesting area of disaster risk reduction, combining the other global challenges as well. I understand that we have gone about 40 minutes over the allotted time, and I sincerely apologize to each and every participant who is here with us for this session. In about an hour or so, the date will change here in Darwin as well. But I would like to sincerely thank the chairpersons, Professor Gupta, Dr. Adut Bagai, and especially to Professor Sharma. I would like to also thank all the 6 presenters, amazing scientists, all the women scientists. And I would like to thank each and everyone. Please stay safe and healthy. I sincerely wish and hope for a better tomorrow, where we as a global community will take challenges of climate change, disaster resilience, environmental degradation, as well as COVID-19 with similar level of strong political and economic will. Thank you very much, everyone, and over to you, Professor Gupta.
Thank you, Professor Surjan, for nicely conducting the session, and thanks to Professor V.K. Sharma sir. He is always a source of motivation and encouragement to all of us. He is my guide also, so I always learn a lot from him, and his present itself is a source of inspiration and lot of encouragement. So thank you, sir, for joining. You have been with us in the morning also, so but you could manage to join the this session to share this very important session, because this was the session to discuss the outcomes, and then sir will be joining tomorrow also. So in fact, he is the super guide for this project also. Because he is a guide for all of us. And thanks to all the experts, because as we see the list of participants, so despite of being it quite late, this is 6:40 here in India, so then also more than 100 participants are there still. So this shows the commitment and interest of the people in the subject. And thanks to all my colleagues, all my team members who made excellent efforts in developing their presentations. In fact, had it not been a virtual event and a kind of a physical event, probably each and every project could have taken more than 30 minutes or so, or even some of the projects maybe an hour, because I recall the agriculture project, the plan presentation, it took minimum 35 minutes. We bargained with NDMA that we cannot present in less than 40 minutes or so. So it is like this, but here we just wanted to inform the kind of activities we are into, and we want more insights, because tomorrow there is the advisory committee meeting, and also that meeting is also strategically important, because there we will also discuss with some of the experts, and the experts will also give us a lead that how we take the agenda of the science and technology policy for climate risk management, because as Sharma sir informed that the science and technology in overall that is being worked out, but science and technology especially for climate risk management, what shall be its course of action for the coming time. So that also we will be taking the lead from the experts also. And Professor Nirupma, I am really very thankful to you. I am thankful to Chitresh. I see many of them. Dr. Nisha is here. Dr. Nisha was keeping her video off, so we could not see her. But Dr. Nisha is there full time. I am really very thankful to Dr. Nisha. I am really thankful to Professor Nautiyal, who is my good friend and always very appreciative. He's a very hardworking scientist, and so many other experts, and even the participant also see a number of experts who have joined as a participant. So that is really very encouraging to all of us, and let us hope that tomorrow's deliberation will also be useful. And as I told earlier also, that as a follow-up of this workshop, we will be coming to each one of the participant, each one of the expert and participant also to work out strategically on the follow-up also. So thank you very much. Stay safe, and let us see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.
To convey my thanks to you, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you
I'm
very
here now. And
yeah,
it's
madam.
Tomorrow we're going to meet in details, and my wishes, my regards to Professor Sharma as well, and Dr. Akhilesh. First time I happened to interact with them. Many Indian are there in this session, and I'm on GST side. Let us see tomorrow what best we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Akhilesh ji. Thank you so much.